Chapter 1757, Astronomical Wealth. Chapter 1757, Astronomical Wealth. Black Dragon Empire, Lakeheart City. As soon as Sherfong walked out of the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a crowded street. The liveliness of the city was not the slightest bit inferior to White River cities, in fact, it might even be livelier. Meanwhile, shortly after he exited the teleportation hall, players' shouts entered his ears. Seeking a powerful team to enter the underground maze's inner area. I'm a level 51 shield warrior with over 30,000 defense, 34% block rate, and combat standard at the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Underground maze team looking for level 50 plus powerful MTs and DPS. 32 waiting on 18. Noobs not welcomed. Purchasing Ice Jade for 30 silver each. Buying as many as you have. At this moment, both sides of the street Sherfong was on were teeming with players either hawking their wares or forming teams. Moreover, the players thronging the street were all very high-leveled, with the lowest leveled player being level 49 and the majority being 50 and 51. Sherfong also spotted quite a few level 52 experts. Normally, such a scene could be found only in places like the Ice Crystal World, where the average level of players was slightly higher than that of the Continent of God's domain. Yet, now, the players in Lakeheart City could actually rival the players of Cold Wind City in terms of levels. Looking at this scene, Sherfong even thought that he was still in Cold Wind City right now. Aside from the large number of independent experts, Sherfong also noticed plenty of guild elite and expert teams coming out from the teleportation hall from time to time. As soon as these guild teams arrived, they would dash out of the city. Did these guilds finally notice it? Sherfong did not feel particularly surprised to see the various guild teams riding their mounts out of the city. Rather, this situation was within his expectations. Back then, the reason why he had chosen to set up Zero Wings Branch Guild in the Black Dragon Empire's Lakeheart City was the resources in the vicinity. During the early stages of the game, the various large guilds and players disregarded a backwater like Lakeheart City. However, past level 50, the dungeon environments would become increasingly severe, and players would need all kinds of resistances if they wished to survive and raid team dungeons. Meanwhile, among the items that provided resistances, the Ice Jade found within the Lakeheart City region was one of the most well-known of those produced in the Black Dragon Empire. Ice Jades could be turned into ice resistance gemstones, which could then be inlaid into equipment to increase one's ice resistance. What made Ice Jades so popular was the flexibility of ice resistance gemstones, which were different from weapons and equipment that had innate ice resistance. For weapons and equipment that had innate resistances, these resistances usually came at the cost of sacrificing some of their basic attributes. Moreover, most weapons and equipment with resistance increased only one type of resistance, in addition to having level restrictions, and would become obsolete as players reached higher levels. Players would also have to prepare different types of resistance equipment, depending on what kind of dungeon they were raiding. This was a great extravagance that even expert players could not afford. On the other hand, resistance gemstones could be freely equipped and removed at the cost of a little money. When raiding dungeons with different environments, players simply needed to switch to the appropriate resistance gemstones. Due to these reasons, Lakeheart City gained sudden popularity in the Black Dragon Empire, thanks to the resource known as Ice Jade. In Sherfeng's previous life, Lakeheart City had managed to grow into the Empire's 6th most populated city at its peak. For comparison, since the player population in an empire far exceeded that of a kingdom, even an empire's 6th-ranking city would have a higher player population than the capital city of a kingdom. Finally, Sherfeng's previous plans and investments were coming to fruition. With the increased number of players attracted to Lakeheart City, Zero Wings Branch Guild would undoubtedly be able to recruit plenty of elite and expert players. Soon, it would be able to truly contend against the first-rate guilds of the Black Dragon Empire. After Sherfong was done observing the situation of Lakeheart City, he rode an advanced horse carriage to Countess Katie Green's mansion. Having nothing better to do while seated inside the carriage, Sherfong contacted Gentle Snow. Back when he sent Gentle Snow to develop in Lakeheart City, he had her continuously collect ice jades. Now, the perfect time to let the ice jades display their true value had come. Guild leader, you're done with your quest already? Gentle Snow asked, feeling slightly surprised to receive a call from Sherfong. Before he had left, he had informed Zero Wings Corps upper echelon that he was going to do a quest and would be incommunicado for a short period. He had also instructed them to handle the guild's affairs at their discretion and to contact him only for extremely important matters. My quest is still ongoing. It'll most likely take a while longer to complete it, Sherfong replied, shaking his head. Collecting soul-dissolving flowers was easier said than done. It had been over half a day since he established the Adventurer Alliance, yet the Alliance had managed to collect only 5 soul-dissolving flowers thus far. It would be quite some time before he would have all 20 soul-dissolving flowers he needed. Do you have some business with me, then? Gentle Snow asked. Mitchum. How is the collection of ice jade coming along? Sherfong said, nodding. Ice jade. When Gentle Snow heard Sherfeng's question, her lips curled into a contented smile. She then raised 4 of her jade-white fingers to the screen. 40,000? That's quite a lot. Sherfong was slightly surprised. Although Lake Heart City produced ice jade, it was not available in large quantities. Back when ice jade became very popular, even super guilds had needed to invest a lot of time and effort to collect as many as 40,000 ice jades. Meanwhile, 40,000 ice jades were enough to fully equip several thousand players with ice resistance gemstones. Guild leader, you guessed wrong this time, Gentle Snow said, smiling as she shook her head. Thus far, we've collected 400,000 ice jades already. Roughly 60% of the ice jades available in Lake Heart City right now is in our hands. 400,000? Sherfong could not help but be stunned. Although he had asked Gentle Snow to collect ice jades, he had never imagined she could collect so many. 400,000 ice jades. If converted to coins right now, they would be worth 120,000 gold. Meanwhile, this price was only the beginning. In the future, it could easily reach 40 plus silver per piece. Moreover, before ice jades became popular, they sold for only 4 or 5 silver coins each. If the price grew to 34 or 35 silver, then they could make a net profit of 30 silver per piece. If they sold all 400,000 of their stockpiled ice jades at that time, their net profit would be 120,000 gold. With that kind of money, they could complete all the development and fortification works of Silverwing Town in one go. There would be no need to rely on the income of Zero Wing City and the Candlelight trading firm to gradually furnish the town. Good. Have some people transfer these ice jades to the warehouse of Lake Heart City's Candlelight trading firm immediately. I'll go collect them afterward, Sherfong said. Right, make sure to keep this matter a secret. While ice jade was indeed very important to the various large guilds, so much so that they would be willing to purchase it at a high price, its value in the ice crystal world would be even higher. After all, players were already snatching up even weapons and equipment with innate ice resistance like crazy. One could easily imagine how popular ice jades would be there. Guild leader, rest assured, back when we collected these ice jades, I had specifically sent my closest aides to handle the purchases. Only a few people in the entire guild know about our stockpile. Although Gentle Snow was curious about what Sherfong intended to do with so many ice jades, she simply nodded her head and had some of her trusted aides deliver the ice jades to the Candlelight trading firm's warehouse. By the time Sherfong was done conversing with Gentle Snow, he had also arrived before Countess Katie Green's mansion. Chapter 1758, Treasure Acquired. Chapter 1758, Treasure Acquired. As he arrived before the Countess's mansion and disembarked from the advanced horse carriage, Sherfong noticed several cloaked players enter the mansion under the steward Milton's lead. When these cloaked players entered the mansion, they watched their surroundings constantly as if they were afraid of being followed. When these players noticed Sherfong, they became alert, their expressions turning somber. Someone's already discovered this place. Seeing the party's wariness, Sherfong had a general idea of what they were thinking. Countess Katie Green's exchange services were a secret. Moreover, every item she offered was a treasure to players. If they could monopolize these treasures, they could profit massively. However, if others discovered this secret, it would increase their competition and reduce their profits. Moreover, the more people that knew about the Countess, the harder it would be to keep the secret. Naturally, these 6 players understood this. When the Countess's secret had become public in the past, the various large guilds had contested for her services, and the competition had become so intense that battles had been waged on the street outside of the Countess's mansion. In the end, though, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had monopolized the Countess and garrisoned players at the mansion's entrance long-term, preventing outsiders from entering. After watching Shifeng for a moment, the 6-man party hastened their way into the mansion. Shifeng simply chuckled in response and continued onward. The Countess only offered so many items, and in the 6 players' opinion, he must be here to purchase these items as well. They likely wanted to get ahead of him and buy as many items as they could before he reached the Countess. Unfortunately for those 6 players, Shifeng wasn't here to buy items. As Shifeng reached the mansion's main entrance, he sensed someone's presence nearby. He immediately activated omniscient eyes to inspect his surroundings. Guild players? Shifeng quickly discovered a level 50 assassin hidden behind a tree roughly 60 yards away from him. This assassin also wore a guild emblem that he had never seen before. It seems this place won't stay a secret for much longer. It was evident that some guild had targeted those 6 players. Once a guild discovered Countess Katie Green's exchange services, it wouldn't be long before even more people learned about them. After all, there were simply too many players in a guild. There were bound to be spies from other guilds, as well. This was also why Shifeng had never told any of Zero Wing's upper echelons about his business here. This way, none of the spies in Zero Wing could learn about this place. But he also felt relatively fortunate. Had he chosen to visit the Countess at a later date, there would have been a ton of players in the Countess's mansion. They might even have discovered the secret about the temporal sand. If the various superpowers learned about the treasure of time and, subsequently, the 7 treasures, they'd use all of their power to obtain them. If that happened, his quest would become exponentially more difficult. After waiting at the entrance for some time, Milton returned to greet Shifeng. Under the steward's lead, Shifeng then entered the Countess's mansion. After Shifeng entered the mansion, the masked assassin behind the tree made his way towards the entrance. A sly smile appeared on his face as he watched Shifeng's disappearing figure. Guild leader, as you've guessed, those people seem to have discovered some secret exchange point. The exchange point is in Countess Katie Green's mansion in Lake Heart City, the masked assassin reported to the middle-aged man on the screen before him. Excellent. Now that we've discovered their secret, we'll have to remove those players from God's domain. I will not allow other people access to my treasure. The gray-robed, skinny man replied, sneering. Aside from the people you instructed me to follow, another person has entered the mansion. It seems that person has discovered this exchange point, as well. What should we do about them? The assassin asked. Someone else knows about it? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Do you know who? They were wearing a black cloak. Unfortunately, even after I used my advanced identification skill, I couldn't see his real identity. All I got was unknown, the assassin reported. Keep an eye on him and figure out a way to uncover his identity. Once you know who he is, get rid of him if possible. We don't need so many people knowing about the Countess's secret, the middle-aged man said after giving the matter some thought, making a slicing gesture across his neck with a hand. Understood. I've placed a tracking mark on that player. He definitely won't get away from me, the assassin said, nodding. Good. I'll send some people to assist you. Keep an eye on those players, the middle-aged man said before disconnecting the call. Inside the Countess's mansion. Under Milton's lead, Shifeng quickly arrived in a lounge decorated with various refined antiques. Currently, Countess Katie Green discussed business with the 6 players Shifeng had seen earlier. Shifeng noticed more items on display on the table before the Countess than there had been during his previous visit. There were a total of 14 items, ranging from weapons and equipment to various designs and recipes. Every item was worth fortunes and would be extremely difficult to obtain elsewhere. Meanwhile, not only did the party of 6 purchase 3 of the 14 items, but they also purchased 30+ grains of temporal sand. Each grain of temporal sand cost 1 mana stone, which was an item that could only be acquired from killing the bosses in large-scale team dungeons. To independent players, obtaining 1 mana stone was extremely difficult, let alone 30+. Moreover, the 6-man party had used mana stones to purchase the other 3 items. The party had spent more mana stones than what a party of ordinary experts could acquire. As Shifeng approached the table and took a seat, the 6 players rose from their seats. Just before they left, these players sent Shifeng gleeful gazes. It was as if they were stating that they had already purchased every item available, and Shifeng had gotten there too late to buy anything. However, Shifeng could only laugh inwardly at their response. Outwardly, though, he said nothing as he watched these players leave the room. Demon Hunter, you're finally here. It seems you've acquired the items I've asked for. Katie Green smiled at Shifeng, who sat before her. Her smile felt incredibly intimate, as if she were greeting a longtime friend. In response, Shifeng nodded silently. The Countess's words stunned the 6 players, who had yet to exit the room fully. What is going on? The 6 players watched the Countess speak so casually to Shifeng with disbelief. Whenever they visited Katie Green, the Countess maintained a dignified air. Even when they purchased items, she barely spoke to them, yet the Countess treated Shifeng like an old acquaintance, warm and friendly. For a moment, they even wondered if the Katie Green before them now was the Countess they knew. As the 6 players considered lingering to hear the conversation between Katie Green and Shifeng, the Countess shot them a glare. My business with you has finished. You may leave. Katie Green snapped with a frosty tone. Immediately, the steward Milton ushered the party out of the room. This further stupefied the party of 6. They could not help but wonder about Shifeng's identity to warrant such treatment from a Countess of the Black Dragon Empire. However, even if they wanted to know more about Shifeng's identity and his purpose here, 2 guards began to walk towards them. It was evident that the guards intended to use force to evict them from the mansion. After a short moment, the party of 6 was chased out of the mansion. Meanwhile, only Shifeng and Countess Katie Green remained in the quiet, elegant lounge. All right, they're gone. You can show me the items now, Katie Green said, anticipation flashing in her eyes as she watched Shifeng. Her desire for the eternal ice crystals was evident. Without speaking, Shifeng retrieved the synthesized eternal ice crystals from his bag and lined them up on the table before him, one after another. When he placed the 10 eternal ice crystals on the table, the room's temperature fell abruptly. If not for his sufficiently high ice resistance, he might have had difficulty moving. Wonderful. These are indeed the eternal ice crystals I have been looking for. Excitement lit up Katie Green's flawless face. Immediately, she stored the eternal ice crystals away before retrieving a dark gray pearl bracelet from the void, tossing it to Shifeng. The instant Shifeng received the bracelet, a series of system announcements bombarded his ears, stunning him. Chapter 1759, Empire's Highlord. Chapter 1759, Empire's Highlord. System, congratulations. Epic ranked main storyline quest Ice Crystal World, completed. Rewarding 1 bracelet of time, legacy skill points +3, Black Dragon Empire reputation +100, Katie Green's favorability +50, and +50% to current experience bar. Suddenly, Shifeng's experience bar filled up rapidly, going from 41% to 91% of level 66 in the blink of an eye and saving him several days' worth of grinding. However, compared to the reward, the part that truly surprised Shifeng was the system announcements that followed. Black Dragon Empire Region System Announcement: a player has triggered a new expansion pack, Ice Crystal World. The Empire has conferred Countess Katie Green the title of Highlord, and she will become the Empire's 8th Highlord. From now onward, Lakeheart City will become Highlord Katie Green's territory. Black Dragon Empire Region System Announcement. In 3 hours, Highlord Katie Green will open a gate to the Ice Crystal World in Lakeheart City and will lead the Black Dragon Empire's first division on the conquest of the Ice Crystal World, officially starting the Empire's conquest of other worlds. The system announcements repeated 3 times, echoing in the ears of every player in the Black Dragon Empire. At this moment, let alone Shurfeng, even the upper echelons of the Empire's various large guilds were stupefied by these announcements. Conquest of other worlds? Is this a joke? Who managed to trigger such an amazing expansion pack? This was definitely the first time they had encountered a situation where an empire launched an expedition against an otherworld. As for this so-called otherworld, ordinary players might not have an idea what it was, but those in the upper echelons of large guilds had a general notion because the libraries within the empire contained some basic information introducing otherworlds. One could easily find this information with a careful search. Meanwhile, the information introducing otherworlds stated that otherworlds were incomplete, smaller worlds containing many resources that could not be found on the continent of God's domain. According to rumor, ancient gods created these otherworlds to store their treasures. Hence, regardless of which era it was on the continent of God's domain, there were bound to be kingdoms and empires that would try to conquer these otherworlds to monopolize the resources available there. Among the various expeditions launched against otherworlds in the history of God's domain, 4 by ancient kingdoms were especially notable. Back then, these kingdoms hadn't been particularly strong. However, after conquering an otherworld, they had grown into empires within a very short period. Hence, the conquest of an otherworld was a major event in any kingdom or empire. Meanwhile, this was also a major event to players, as it meant that they would gain access to the resources of the targeted otherworld. The resources available in an otherworld were much more abundant than those on the continent of God's domain. If a guild managed to monopolize the resources of an otherworld, they could develop rapidly. The upper echelons of the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds glowed upon seeing the system announcements. They immediately held emergency meetings to discuss matters regarding the otherworld expedition. Lakeheart City, outside of Highlord Katie Green's mansion. After the steward Milton chased the 6 players out of the mansion, they all stood stock-still with dumbfounded expressions on their faces as they looked at the latest system announcements. "Boss, isn't the NPC we just traded with called Katie Green? Why did she suddenly become one of the Empire's High Lords? What's more, she's even launching a conquest of the Ice Crystal World." "No, that's not right. The system announcement appeared as soon as we left Katie Green's mansion. And according to that, a player triggered the new expansion pack. It must be related to that cloaked swordsman." "Indeed. Based on the Countess's behavior when she was dealing with that swordsman, there must be some kind of secret between them. Boss, what should we do now? Our luck is really good. Since that person triggered the new expansion pack, he should have plenty of information about the expansion pack itself. We'll wait here for him. If we can get some information on the expansion pack from that guy, we'll have a head start over everyone else." "Right. As long as we get that kid to spill information on the new expansion pack, our Eternal Song Adventurer team might be able to become one of the top few adventurer teams of the Black Dragon Empire just like that." All 6 in the party nodded in agreement with the level 51 swordsman's suggestion. A new expansion pack signified the appearance of a huge opportunity, offering potential benefits that definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to the high-ranking items available from the Countess. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the High Lord's mansion, Katie Green herself had undergone a massive transformation. Originally, Katie Green was a refined lady dressed in elegant attire. Now, however, she wore an exquisite battle dress decorated in red and white. She looked more like a female general than a noble lady at the moment. Although her battle dress was made from cloth and appeared to provide very little in terms of protection, in reality, the dress was made out of enhanced cloth that was stronger than even steel. At her waist hung a light blue longsword that not only looked dazzlingly beautiful but also radiated a frightening aura. Meanwhile, Katie Green's statistics had also undergone a heaven-defying transformation. She had become a level 200, Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight. Currently, only a few people in the entire Black Dragon Empire could hope to rival her in terms of strength. I really have to thank you for this. With these eternal ice crystals, I have finally managed to open a pathway to the ice crystal world and complete my long-cherished wish. If you ever visit the ice crystal world in the future, I will welcome you as a guest, Katie Green said, sending Shifeng a faint smile. She then turned around and left the lounge to carry out the necessary preparations to launch an expedition against the ice crystal world. System, congratulations. You have received Katie Green's favor and obtained the Honorary Knight title. Honorary Knight. Enjoy the authority of a noble when present within any territory ruled by Katie Green. When Shifeng fully processed everything that just happened, a frown formed on his face. The recent developments were too sudden. Had he known something like this would happen, he never would have completed this epic-ranked main storyline quest so quickly. The Otherworld expedition meant that a long-term pathway leading to the Ice Crystal world would be opened. It also meant that players on the continent of God's domain would be able to travel freely to the Ice Crystal world in the future. In that case, his plan to make a fortune via these two worlds was effectively ruined. I need to step up my operations. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng stored the bracelet of time and left the lounge, his next destination being the candlelight trading firm. Given the situation, he could only sell the collected ice jades in the ice crystal world and try to make as much profit as possible right now. Once players on the continent of God's domain started streaming into the ice crystal world, he would definitely face greater competition on this front. However, as soon as Shifeng exited the mansion, 6 figures suddenly surrounded him. These 6 figures were none other than the 6 players that had been exchanging items with Katie Green earlier. Do you have business with me? Shifeng asked as he eyed the party of 6. You're the person that triggered the new expansion pack, right? The leader of the party, a level 51 swordsman named Silent Eagle, asked, smiling as he looked at Shifeng. What if I say that I'm not? Upon hearing Silent Eagle's words, Shifeng understood that his identity as the precipitator of the new expansion pack was already exposed. Stop lying. As soon as we left the mansion and you started chatting with the Countess, an expansion pack related to the Countess appeared. Who do you think you're trying to fool? A level 51 shield warrior demanded angrily. Then, what is your goal in stopping me? Shifeng asked. Is there even a need to say this? Tell us all the information you have on this new expansion pack, Silent Eagle laughed. What if I don't speak? Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he sent a glance at Silent Eagle. Are you planning to take action against me? Take action? Silent Eagle shook his head, chuckling. No, no. We don't have the courage to take action inside Lakeheart City. However, although we can't take direct action against you, we've already placed a marker on you. We'll be able to find you no matter where you go. I believe the various large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire will be very interested in meeting with the player that triggered the latest expansion pack. What do you think they will do if we tell them about you? I see. Shifeng mostly understood Silent Eagle's purpose now. The man was using the large guilds to threaten him for information. The various large guilds had branches all over the Black Dragon Empire. As long as his location got exposed, these guilds would definitely hunt him down relentlessly. If you don't wish to get hunted by the various large guilds, you'd best tell us all the information you have regarding the latest expansion pack. This will be beneficial to both you and me, Silent Eagle said, chuckling. Is that so? Taking a deep breath, Shifeng eyed Silent Eagle's party of 6 and then said, however, I feel that I have an even better option in mind. What is it? Silent Eagle asked curiously. For example, I will bury all 6 of you here. Saying so, Shifeng suddenly unsheathed Killing Ray and released 4 arcs of lightning ahead of him, menacing Silent Eagle's party. This is Lakeheart City. You dare. Silent Eagle stared in disbelief at the approaching lightning arcs. However, before Silent Eagle's party could say anything else, the 4 lightning arcs devoured them, transforming them into ash with a bunch of items in their place. Chapter 1760, The Mantis stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Chapter 1760, The Mantis stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. The 4 lightning arcs of thundering flash killed Silent Eagle and 3 of his party members instantly. Now, only a level 50 Oracle and a level 51 Ranger remained standing before Shifeng with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. The 2 players never thought that Shifeng would actually take action, much less that he would do so without the slightest shred of hesitation. After all, they were in Heart City right now. Although their current location was not the busy central district, as long as a player took action inside the city, the NPC soldiers would not let the offender get away. At that time, depending on the severity of the offender's actions, not only would they be killed, but they might end up in jail as well. Now that Shifeng had killed 4 players inside the city, he would be locked up for 7 days at the very minimum, an even worse penalty than getting killed by another player. Not to mention, he had just recently triggered a new expansion pack. If he got jailed for 8 days, he would lose the opportunity to take advantage of his knowledge regarding the new expansion pack. He was simply insane to actually take action inside the city. You're dead. The NPC soldiers definitely won't let you get away, the level 50 Oracle exclaimed, horrified as he pointed at Shifeng. Crazy bastard. You are a real lunatic. You actually decided to go for mutual destruction just to avoid getting your location exposed. Are you not afraid of losing this advantage of yours? The level 51 Ranger demanded with a somber expression. Mutual destruction. Unfortunately, you guys are not qualified to make me sacrifice myself. As soon as the Oracle and the Ranger were done speaking, an indifferent voice immediately entered their ears. In the next moment, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's other hand released a blinding glow. The swordsman then suddenly disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing in front of them. Void steps. Flame burst. The 2 players were previously already shocked by Shifeng's actions. Hence, they failed to react in time to his sudden and swift attack. When the abyssal blade cut through them, their bodies were instantly incinerated into nothingness, 2 ownerless items taking their place a moment later. After killing Silent Eagle's party of 6, Shifeng quickly collected and stored the 7 items the party dropped. From start to end, merely 4 seconds had passed. Only after the battle was over did the distant NPC soldiers react to the fight. Meanwhile, the level 50 masked assassin, who was hiding behind a tree 50 yards away from Shifeng, was greatly shocked as he looked at the swordsman. Who is he? He was actually able to kill Eternal Song's party of 6 so quickly. The masked assassin's expression turned serious as he replayed Shifeng's actions in his mind. Although Eternal Song was not a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, it was still a considerably well-known one. The adventurer team had several hundred members and plenty of experts. Even he would not be able to deal with a party of 6 Eternal Song members all by himself, yet Shifeng had accomplished this feat in just a few seconds. Moreover, Shifeng had even killed Silent Eagle's party right in the middle of Heart City. The swordsman's strength was truly horrific. Although the masked assassin felt fearful of Shifeng, he still could not help smiling. His reaction was because he had managed to listen in on the conversation between Silent Eagle and Shifeng by using his eavesdrop skill. Eavesdrop was a super rare skill of the assassin class that enhanced the user's hearing. With the skill, he could easily pick up a conversation 50 yards away from him. He could even listen in on a conversation held behind closed doors if he wanted to. It was also because of this skill that his guild leader had selected him to keep watch over Silent Eagle's party. The person that triggered the new expansion pack, is it? If I notify the guild leader about this, he will definitely be very happy. Now, not only did I discover an exchange point for high-ranking items, but I also found information regarding the new expansion pack. With this, I should have no problems entering the guild's main force. The masked assassin inwardly laughed in joy. He had gained such an unexpected harvest from stalking Silent Eagle's party. The value of this harvest was much greater than even the discovery of the secret exchange point. However, this person is too strong. We'll need the peak experts of the guild to capture him. He had already placed a tracking marker on Shifeng. Unless he got killed like Silent Eagle, his tracking marker would not disappear. Moreover, thanks to Silent Eagle's party foolishly threatening Shifeng, the masked assassin had obtained even more information regarding the swordsman. Now, his guild would have a much easier time capturing Shifeng. As the masked assassin was entertaining such thoughts, Shifeng, who had just finished collecting his spoils of war, suddenly swung Killing Ray in the direction of the assassin. Lightning slash. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt tore through space, leaving a pitch-black spatial tear in its wake as it streaked toward the masked assassin. The attack had been so quick that, before the masked assassin even realized he was under attack, the lightning bolt had already torn his body in half. In the next moment, the masked assassin's vision started darkening. What's going on? Why is my vision darkening? The masked assassin looked at his surroundings in confusion. When his eyes fell on his HP bar, which was located at the top left corner of his vision, he gasped inwardly. How did I die? Even after the masked assassin's body had collapsed to the ground, the assassin himself still could not believe what just happened was true. He failed to understand how he had died so suddenly. He clearly stood 50 yards away from Shifeng. Moreover, he had remained in stealth all this time. Even a Tier 2 expert should not be able to detect his presence. Despite that, the swordsman managed not only to discover him but also to strike with pinpoint accuracy. The attack had been so fast that the assassin didn't even realize he had been attacked. What the masked assassin did not know was that Shifeng had long since noticed his presence. Shifeng was no ordinary Tier 2 player. Currently, he had already reached level 66, hence, the masked assassin's stealth skill had a greatly reduced effect against him. Not to mention, Shifeng also possessed extraordinary basic attributes. Although he could not see the masked assassin's figure clearly, he could still grasp the assassin's general location fairly easily. Moreover, with Omniscient Eye's 100-yard perception range, it was simply impossible for a level 50, Tier 1 assassin to hide from him. Now that the final fly has been dealt with, it's about time I left this place. After taking one last glance at the tree the masked assassin had hidden behind, Shifeng promptly decided to hightail it, not even bothering to loot the item the assassin dropped. At this time, the NPC soldiers were already running toward his direction. As he did not notice anything special about the item the assassin dropped, he decided not to waste any more time here. He immediately activated space movement and departed from Lakeheart City. Meanwhile, some players were currently standing a few hundred yards from Katie Green's mansion with bewildered expressions on their faces. Who's that person? Isn't he a little too amazing? Crap. He managed to kill multiple level 50 experts in just a few seconds. Is that guy a monster? Too amazing. Not only did he kill multiple players inside the city, but he also managed to escape with his life. Even the peak experts of super guilds wouldn't be capable of such a feat. These players had witnessed the process of Shifeng slaying Silent Eagle's party and the masked assassin from start to end. Very quickly, they spread the footage they recorded around the Black Dragon Empire's official forums. An amazing individual appears in Lakeheart City. Slays several experts in the city and leaves safely. When news of this battle spread, a huge commotion arose in Lakeheart City. The players of the city had never thought that anyone could achieve such a feat at the same time. This situation also brought home to players that NPC cities were not as safe as they took them to be. Meanwhile, by this time, Shifeng, the perpetrator of this incident, had already changed to another appearance using the demon mask and re-entered Lakeheart City. He then nonchalantly hailed an advanced horse carriage and rode it to the candlelight trading firm. With nothing better to do, he started inspecting the loot from Silent Eagle's party. Chapter 1761, Pandora's Rubik's Cube. Chapter 1761, Pandora's Rubik's Cube. When Shifeng examined the items he had recently picked up, he was stunned. Did those 6 rob a guild's treasury? When Shifeng had first seen the items Silent Eagle's party had dropped, he nearly thought he had seen wrong. However, all the items had new tags, which indicated that they were the latest additions to his bag space. Silent Eagle's party had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 6 were equipment the 6 players had worn, 5 pieces were level 50 mysterious iron equipment, and 1 was a level 50 secret silver equipment. To current players, these 6 pieces of equipment were a considerable fortune. This was especially true for the secret silver equipment. Even the various large guilds level 50+ experts would only have a few such pieces. However, compared to the last item he had picked up, the 6 pieces of equipment were inconsequential. This was because this last item was actually an epic ranked tool called the Pandora's Rubik's Cube. This had been a well-known and highly sought-after item by the various large guilds in Shifeng's previous life. However, there was an extremely small number of these tools in the game, and even first-rate guilds had struggled to acquire one. The various large guilds had sought this epic tool due to the Pandora's Rubik's Cube's ability to strengthen equipment. Pandora's Rubik's Cube, epic rank item. An item cursed by the gods. Those who abuse Pandora's Rubik's Cube will face a cruel reality. Skill 1 dash. Magic Refinement, absorb a large amount of mana, condensing it and forming high-purity mana. Generate 1 drop of mana water using 1 magic crystal. Generate 1 drop of mana source water using 1 mana stone. Skill 2 dash. Demon God's Curse. By using 10 drops of mana water, infuse mana into a piece of equipment at a 10% success rate, increasing the attributes of the targeted equipment by 15% for 12 hours if the enhancement attempt succeeds. There is a 20% chance for nothing to happen. There is a 70% chance for the targeted equipment to be cursed with the weakened mana debuff, decreasing its attributes by 30% for 24 hours. By using 1 drop of mana source water, infuse mana into a piece of equipment at a 15% success rate, increasing the attributes of the targeted equipment by 25% for 12 hours if the enhancement attempt succeeds. There is a 15% chance for nothing to happen. There is a 70% chance for the targeted equipment to be cursed with the weakened mana debuff, decreasing its attributes by 50% for 24 hours. Pandora's Rubik's Cube is cursed and will drop upon death. To ordinary players, the effects of Pandora's Rubik's Cube were meaningless at best. To guilds, however, its ability was incredibly precious. Unlike ordinary players, large guilds had enough equipment and resources to support the expenditure and potential loss incurred from using Pandora's Rubik's Cube. They were also more than willing to take on this cost as long as they could strengthen some of their equipment. This was especially true when their members' weapon and equipment had reached their current limits. If a team's members had a 25% attribute increase to every piece of equipment they wore, the team would have a much easier time raiding powerful bosses. Because of this, the various large guilds in Shifeng's previous life had constantly tried to obtain a Pandora's Rubik's Cube. Shifeng had never thought that Silent Eagle's party would actually have a super rare tool like this. With players' current levels, this tool should be impossible to obtain. They must have purchased it from Katie Green. It seems that I've benefited quite a bit from their efforts. Shifeng suddenly recalled watching Silent Eagle's party purchase items from Katie Green. This Pandora's Rubik's Cube was likely one of the high-ranking items the party had obtained from the Countess. Lakeheart City, Candlelight Trading Firm. After Zero Wing had taken control of Lakeheart City, Candlelight had swiftly developed in the city. It had taken no time for Candlelight's shop to become the city's #1 shop. Including the recent increase in traffic, Lakeheart City's Candlelight Trading Firm was no less lively than the one in White River City. Moreover, in terms of quality, Lakeheart City's players were superior to White River City's players. Meanwhile, after the recent announcement regarding the new expansion pack, the number of players that visited the trading firm had reached an all-time high. As soon as Shifeng left his carriage, he noticed a significant rise in traffic on the street. To secure as much of an advantage as possible in the upcoming conquest of the Ice Crystal world, the various large guilds had dispatched many of their experts to Lakeheart City. Shifeng quickly spotted members from 2 first-rate guilds, not to mention those from second- and third-rate guilds. It seemed as if Lakeheart City had become the Black Dragon Empire's central hub. The various large guilds gathered in the city in droves. This only confirmed Shifeng's need to hasten his plans. Immediately, he entered the candlelight trading firm and visited the trading firm's warehouse. As Sherfong was about to enter the warehouse, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, I just investigated the new expansion pack. Highlord Katie Green has already established a massive teleportation pathway in the city's central plaza. Although players are prohibited from entering the plaza right now, a notice has been issued, stating that only level 50 and above will be permitted to use the pathway. Meanwhile, each player will have to pay a teleportation fee of 10 magic crystals, Gentle Snow said. With our guild's current stock, I'm afraid that we won't be able to send many players to the Ice Crystal World. Initially, she had been fiercely interested in the Ice Crystal World conquest since Zero Wings Branch Guild was located in Lakeheart City. With the home ground advantage, Zero Wing would have a considerable edge when developing in this new otherworld. Unfortunately, not only had the system set a clearly defined level limit for players, but the teleportation fee was also 10 magic crystals per player. This price was simply excessive. Just sending a 1,000-man team to the new otherworld would cost 10,000 magic crystals. Moreover, 1,000 players wouldn't be enough if a guild truly intended to join the conquest. At the very least, they would need to send 2,000 or 3,000 players. In other words, participating in this conquest would cost guilds at least 20,000 or 30,000 magic crystals. Even first-rate guilds would endure a headache over this cost. Moreover, it wasn't certain that they would make enough profits to cover the cost. 10 magic crystals per person. Sherfong was astonished when he heard this price. It was too cheap. He had gone through great pains to clear the Ancient Shrines trial and obtain the Shrine Warrior title. However, even with the Shrine Warrior title, he still had to pay 50 magic crystals to travel to or from the Ice Crystal World, yet the teleportation pathway would only cost 10 magic crystals per player. It was infuriating. Out of all of the otherworld conquests he had heard about in his previous life, the teleportation fee for this conquest was definitely the cheapest. Generally, the teleportation pathways would cost around 30 magic crystals per person before the invading country's army broke through the otherworld's defensive net. Only after the invading country had established a city and stabilized the teleportation pathway to the targeted otherworld would the teleportation fee decrease. Now that the teleportation fee was only 10 magic crystals, more players would be able to join the Ice Crystal World conquest. The conquest would also finish faster than usual. It seems I really need to speed things up. Fortunately, players would only be able to truly enter the Ice Crystal World after Katie Green's army had broken through the Ice Crystal World's defensive net. He then instructed Gentle Snow to find out more about this conquest. He also instructed her to dispatch a small number of experts to follow the army into the Ice Crystal World and notify him of the army's progress. As for himself, Sherfong quickly retrieved the 400,000 ice jade and hurried back to the Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1762, Cold Wind City's Number 1 Power. Chapter 1762, Cold Wind City's Number 1 Power. Ice Crystal World, the Snow Rift. As Sherfong traversed through the Snow Rift, he came across multiple guilds and adventurer teams that were grinding and harvesting rare materials in preparation to raid the Snow Ruin, which was located in the deepest part of the Snow Rift. As long as players conquered the Snow Ruin, a path connecting the region of Cold Wind City to other regions would open. At that time, Cold Wind City could interact with a few other cities, and players here would be able to travel to more maps and acquire more resources. The various guilds, however, were trying to conquer the Snow Ruin to acquire city contribution points, enabling them to take control of Cold Wind City as soon as possible. After returning to Asura's residence in Cold Wind City, Sherfong noticed that the queue standing outside the residence had grown. The Asura Hall the Asura Adventurer team established is truly amazing. I never thought that it would be so wonderfully effective for training. I know, right? I've heard that 2 expert players sparred in one of the training rooms. After just an hour, both players saw a noticeable improvement to their combat standards. They can now defeat players that were of similar combat standards to them before with ease. That's nothing. Previously, one of my friends in the Adventurer Alliance had been stuck at 79% with his skill completion rates. After training in one of those training rooms for 1 hour, he had actually achieved a maximum skill completion rate of 84%. He could also maintain it at 81%. The 5 silver coins he spent for that room were worth it. Right now, the Asura Hall is packed with players. I really regret not joining the Adventurer Alliance sooner. I could have been training in one of those rooms by now. That's right. Now, everyone that has joined the Adventurer Alliance is queuing up for the training rooms. If we don't join in on the action, we'll get left behind. I've withdrawn all of the magic crystals I've stockpiled thus far. I've heard that if you pay in magic crystals, not only will it cost you 4 silver per hour, but you can even rent a training room for 2 hours per day. The independent players lined up outside Asura's residence all chatted about the Adventurer Alliance with great interest. The recently established Asura Hall had become the main topic of their conversations. Seeing this, Shifeng chuckled as he entered Asura's residence. Although he had only established the Asura Hall a few hours ago, it had already begun to serve its intended purpose. The first thing Shifeng did after returning to the residence was call a meeting with Yenya and the other Adventurer Alliance management members. "Commander, do you need us for something?" Yenya asked curiously. She and the other managers were all swamped with work. Just registering the new applicants for the Adventurer Alliance required a lot of manpower, not to mention the exchange work for materials and points. As the various rare materials market value fluctuated every day, the Adventurer Alliance had to adjust its prices constantly. Managing the Adventurer Alliance was many times more troublesome than managing the Asura Adventurer team. How is the Adventurer Alliance's current situation? Shifeng asked. Hee. Thanks to the Asura Hall, the Adventurer Alliance has become the #1 power in Cold Wind City. We already have over 300,000 members, and this number continues to climb. I don't believe it will be long before the Alliance has 1 million members, Yenya said, smiling. The Adventurer Alliance's growth had completely exceeded her expectations. If the Adventurer Alliance's member count reached 1 million, nearly half of the city's player population would belong to the Alliance. It would also have more members than all of the guilds in the city combined. With such a force, even if the Adventurer Alliance failed to gain true authority over Cold Wind City, the Alliance would be the city's absolute overlord. The Alliance's word would be law. So many people have already joined. Shifeng could not help but be surprised. Initially, he had expected the Alliance to gain 100,000 plus members at best, hitting 500,000 before things started to slow down. However, it would seem that he had slightly underestimated the value of the Adventurer Alliance's exchange services and the Asura Hall. Commander, that's not all. Many independent players have expressed interest in joining the Asura Adventurer team. They're hoping that we'll start recruitment soon. At the same time, several of the top-ranking adventurer teams in Cold Wind City have requested that we grant them some authority in the Adventurer Alliance. If we do, they'll join the Alliance immediately and focus on supporting the Alliance's development, Yenya said as she took out several contracts a few of Cold Wind City's top-ranking adventurer teams had proposed. Not only did the city's top-ranked adventurer teams wield considerable strength, but they also nurtured their own lifestyle players. Hence, they were not particularly concerned about joining an idle power like the Adventurer Alliance. As for the level 50 fine gold equipment and magic light sets the Adventurer Alliance offered, they could simply send some of their members to join the Alliance to purchase these items. They didn't need to join the Alliance as a whole. However, after the Asura Hall had opened to the public, the various adventurer teams in Cold Wind City had lost their calm. While they could take advantage of the Alliance's exchange services sending a few of their members to join, all of their members needed to be in the Alliance to utilize the Asura Hall's training rooms. However, these top-ranked adventurer teams weren't willing to submit to Asura's management like the weaker teams. Hence, they wanted some authority within the Adventurer Alliance. Things have reached such a point already. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he looked through the contracts. All right. Even if they hadn't asked, I had planned to set up ranks within the Alliance. Since they've asked, I can use this opportunity to organize the ranks. The Adventurer Alliance was a massive collection of adventurer teams and independent players. Although the alliance did not restrict its members' freedom, and members were allowed to leave whenever they wished, the alliance needed to provide some assurances. However, as the alliance had too many members, management would be troublesome. Managing the alliance would be no easier than managing a large guild. Hence, the alliance's members needed to be segregated into certain ranks. There were bound to be some people that contributed more to the Adventurer Alliance than others and vice versa. It was impossible to treat everyone equally. Otherwise, who would be willing to contribute to the Adventurer Alliance? If everyone was treated the same regardless of their contribution, then all of the players would only contribute the minimum necessary for their purposes. Following which, Feng divided the Adventurer Alliance's members into 4 ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Epic. Each rank would enjoy a different level of authority and different benefits within the alliance. Players and adventurer teams' ranks would be based on their individual strength and contributions to the Adventurer Alliance. Among the 4 ranks, players and adventurer teams at the bronze rank would receive a 10% discount when purchasing items and would have access to some high-ranked items that weren't available to normal members. Players and adventurer teams at the silver rank would receive a 20% discount and every benefit bronze members enjoyed, including the level of authority. Gold members would similarly receive a 20% discount. The alliance would also provide a certain amount of resources and credits to gold members each month. Overall, gold members would enjoy the authority and benefits that upper echelons had in the various large guilds. Moreover, unlike guild upper echelons, gold members were not bound by any restrictions. In addition, gold-ranked adventurer teams would have the authority to manage one of the alliance's branches. As for epic rank, things were slightly different. There could only be 12 epic-ranked adventurer teams at a time. An adventurer team's qualifications for epic rank would be based on their placement in the gold rank. In other words, the top 12 ranking gold adventurer teams would become the Adventurer Alliance's epic adventurer teams. Depending on the epic adventurer team's abilities, they would be granted the authority to operate multiple branches. As for individual players, there was no set limit to how many individual players could reach the epic rank. Individual players could reach epic rank as long as they earned a sufficient contribution value and achieved a certain degree of strength. The Adventurer Alliance would give epic-ranked players priority when purchasing resources and other benefits that could easily rival what a large guild's vice-guild leader enjoyed. Commander, when the various adventurer teams and independent players learn about the new ranking system, they'll go mad with joy. However, if we do something like this, I'm afraid that, aside from needing a ton of resources, we'll also need massive financial support. Although Yenya felt appreciated Feng's plan, the Adventurer Alliance would need a ton of credits to support the various adventurer teams and players that reached the gold and epic ranks. Leave the funding to me, Feng said as he waved a hand, indicating that there wouldn't be a problem. All you need to do is let every player in Cold Wind City know about this new system. Feng needed to secure a steady foundation for the Adventurer Alliance in the Ice Crystal world swiftly. If he took too long, he'd face a lot of issues once the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds entered the Ice Crystal world. That won't be a problem. I'll see to it right away. After saying so, Yenya published the new regulations Feng had stated on Cold Wind City's official forums. Chapter 1763, Popular Alliance. Chapter 1763, Popular Alliance. After Yenya left the meeting room, Feng had someone gather the forging players the Adventurer Alliance had recruited thus far. If the Adventurer Alliance were to become self-sustaining, it had to have its own production team. Hence, before he had left Cold Wind City, he had instructed Yenya to recruit a batch of lifestyle players for the Alliance, and the Alliance would nurture these lifestyle players internally. For the 400,000 ice jades he had brought from Lakeheart City, selling them directly wouldn't be cost-effective. Only after the Alliance's advanced forgers crafted the ice jades into ice-resistance gemstones would the material show its true value. Although the Candlelight trading firm had quite a few advanced forgers, these advanced forgers had their own work to do. Candlelight simply couldn't afford to spare the time and manpower needed to handle 400,000 ice jades. Fortunately, the Ice Crystal world's lifestyle player standard was quite high. This was especially true for forging players that crafted weapons and equipment. One could easily find and recruit advanced lifestyle players. Around 10 minutes later, over 100 forgers had arrived to the meeting room. Every one of these players wore the advanced forger's insignia. If Shifeng led this group to Starmoon Kingdom, it would definitely shock the kingdom's various major powers. Even the candlelight trading firm would be hard-pressed to show off over 100 advanced forgers. As for other trading firms and guilds, they had no hope of doing so. Only, the 100-plus advanced forgers in the meeting room were no match for the advanced forgers on the continent of God's domain when it came to forging standards. Currently, all 100-plus advanced forgers waited quietly in Asura's meeting room, clearly anxious and excited. This was because they shared the room with Shifeng, who, in their opinion, was unreachable. Their anxiety and excitement weren't just due to Shifeng's aura, but more so because he was the Asura Adventurer Team's commander and the Adventurer Alliance's creator. One could say that Shifeng was the true #1 player in Cold Wind City. To independent forgers like them, Shifeng lived in an entirely different world than they did. None of them had ever expected that they'd get to meet Shifeng in person. Once they left, they'd be able to brag about this to their friends for the rest of their lives. You have already signed a partnership contract with the Adventurer Alliance. From now on, you are the Alliance's reserve members. You will be awarded contribution value based on your normal performance. Once you achieve a certain contribution value, you'll receive a promotion. Naturally, the higher your rank is within the Alliance, the better the benefits you will enjoy in the future. It is even possible for you to enjoy treatment and benefits rivaling vice guild leaders in large guilds, but with more freedom. Whether you reach this standard or not will depend on your personal effort. Hearing Shifeng's words, the advanced forgers were stunned, their mouths hanging open. They simply could not believe their ears. As long as they contributed enough to the Adventurer Alliance, they would receive promotions. Moreover, they might even earn the power and benefits large guilds' vice guild leaders enjoyed if they worked hard enough. Ordinary players like them couldn't hope to compare to large guilds' vice guild leaders. As for the benefits that came with such a position, holding the position for several years would earn them enough money that they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. They had dreamed of enjoying such benefits many times before, but they also knew that players of their caliber could never reach such heights. Yet, now, these benefits were now within their sight. Such a dream was no longer an illusion. Why wouldn't they be shocked and excited? And since Shifeng was the Adventurer Alliance's creator, they knew that his words were true. Immediately, fighting spirit flared in the advanced forgers. They all wanted to get to work immediately. Commander, tell us what you need us to do. We'll complete the task with perfection. Commander, give us our task. None of these players were fools. There was no way Shifeng had gathered them here just to tell them about the new ranking system and the corresponding benefits. He had definitely called them here to do something, and they all watched him with eager gazes. All right, I won't mince words. I need you to help me refine an item, Shifeng said, nodding in approval when he saw the fighting spirit burn in everyone's eyes. However, this refinement is slightly unique. As you refine the item, you must not complete the final step. In other words, you won't receive any proficiency, but you will earn corresponding adventurer team points and contribution value. If you don't have any problems with this, you can head to the Forging Association now. We've already prepared special forging rooms for you. We'll send the necessary materials to you shortly. Refining ice jade was not easy. The ice jade itself was a rare material, and the complex refining process would take a considerable amount of time to complete. Meanwhile, the final process of turning an ice jade into an ice resistance gemstone had a very low success rate, as well. Advanced forgers would have a theoretical success rate of only 20%. Only a master forger like himself had a slightly higher success rate of 30%. Including some support tools, he should reach a theoretical success rate of 35%. Although that was only a 15% increase, it was a massive improvement to any lifestyle player. Demand for ice jade was growing rapidly, and Gentle Snow couldn't collect as many as she had previously. To maximize the ice jades he currently had, Feng decided to complete the final refining step himself. Although having advanced forgers complete most of the refinement process would reduce the production success rate slightly, the small decrease would be worth the large amount of time Feng would save. Hearing Feng's instructions, the advanced forgers charged out of the room and dashed towards the forging association, afraid that others would get a head start on them. Elsewhere, Yenya quickly arranged the Adventurer Alliance's new regulations and published them on the forums. The moment the Alliance's new regulations went public, they dumbfounded every player in Cold Wind City. What's going on? Did the Asura adventurer just win the lottery? How generous! Does Asura have the support of some major corporation? Even if I have to settle for gold rank, I'll still make enough money to live without worry. All hail Asura! Crap! These benefits are even better than what some guilds offer. This won't do. I need to leave my guild and join the Adventurer Alliance right away. Everyone, independent players and guild players, was interested and tempted by the new benefits the Adventurer Alliance offered. Not only did the Adventurer Alliance place little to no restrictions on its members, but it also provided benefits that could rival that of guilds. Since that was the case, why wouldn't they join the Adventurer Alliance? To independent experts, these new benefits made the Adventurer Alliance even more attractive. Not only would they be free of stifling restrictions, but after they reached a certain rank, the Alliance would also pay them a certain amount of credits per month. Meanwhile, in Hecate's residence in Cold Wind City, several of Hecate's upper echelons stood in the glorious guild leader's office wearing gloomy expressions. Is the Asura Adventurer team insane? It actually dares to offer such benefits to independent players? Asura has gone so far just to win the public's hearts. Isn't it afraid of going bankrupt? The Adventurer Alliance's new benefits shocked the upper echelons present. When the various large guilds recruited members, particularly members that were granted a fixed salary, they would impose strict restrictions, such as requiring them to raid a certain number of dungeons and bosses each day. Their members had very little freedom. After all, if their guilds did not do so, it wouldn't earn back the funds it spent on these members. However, the Adventurer Alliance was different. Its members had a lot of freedom, and the only real way the Alliance could make money was through its exchange services. If the Alliance granted its ranked members with such benefits despite such a limited income, the Alliance would hemorrhage money. Only a lunatic would offer such benefits. Interesting. Asura is stooping to such an unscrupulous method to monopolize Cold Wind City's rare materials. Carnage's expression darkened slightly. He then turned to the young woman beside him and asked, "How are the 12 heavens recuperating? And have we obtained the equipment from the Adventurer Alliance yet?" "They're already well rested. As for the equipment, we've purchased enough for their use. They can move out at any time," the young woman reported, smiling. "Good. We'll head over to the snow ruin now. It's about time we teach the Asura Adventurer team that their efforts are for naught," Carnage hissed with a sneer. Elsewhere, Feng refined ice jade like a madman. Although his final success rate was only around 32%, Feng was satisfied with it. After working for 4 days straight, he had finally refined all 400,000 ice jades. In the end, he had forged 128,000 ice resistance gemstones. He had also earned enough EXP to push him to level 67. Good. I'm finally done. Feng was overwhelmed with excitement as he gazed at the ice resistance gemstones in his bag. It's about time to collect Cold Wind City's money. Chapter 1764, Unstoppable Price. Chapter 1764, Unstoppable Price. Silver sparkles of light glittered all over the dimly lit forging room. After tidying up the ice resistance gemstones and storing them in his bag space, Feng sorted them into groups. Not all of the ice resistance gemstones he had crafted were equal. The ice resistance they provided ranged between 5 and 8 points. When he sold them, he'd have to price them accordingly. And these were only the normal ice resistance gemstones. Thanks to the black steel insignia, Feng had a 3% chance of improving the attributes on an item he forged. Each of the ice resistance gemstones the black steel insignia had enhanced provided upward of 10 points in ice resistance. Naturally, these gemstones were worth far more than the normal ones. While Shifeng organized his bag space, Lifeless Thorn contacted him. "Commander, we have an urgent situation. Hecate has found a group of extraordinarily powerful players." Before this group arrived, Hecate had been stuck on the snow ruin's first underground floor, but now, they're progressing through the dungeon rapidly. "The guild's team recently surpassed us, entering the fourth underground floor. They are only one away from the final floor now," Lifeless Thorn said, greatly frustrated that Hecate's team had surpassed his in the raid. The snow ruin was like a regional dungeon. With each floor they descended, they would face greater challenges. Moreover, a team could only progress to the next floor after killing each floor's guardian boss. Despite the fact that he and his team had strived for the past 2 days, they still couldn't get past the third underground floor. To make matters worse, they had to watch Hecate's members descend to the fourth underground floor while they had to wait for the guardian boss to respawn. Their raid progression is so fast. Shifeng was slightly surprised. He had read the reports regarding the snow ruin, so he knew how difficult the ruin was to raid. The third floor's guardian boss was already a level 62 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. In addition, the boss had unique skills and fought in special environments that heavily favored them. Moreover, an ancient barrier enveloped the snow ruin that prevented the usage of any tools. Items such as the Bible of Darkness, summoning scrolls, and magic arrays were prohibited. Players had to rely on their own strength to clear the ruin. Even a 100-man team of Tier 2 players of the same level would struggle greatly to defeat the third underground floor's guardian boss, yet Hecate had succeeded. This outcome truly exceeded Shifeng's expectations. "Commander, why don't we call some of Asura's members from the main continent?" Lifeless Thorn suggested. The team he currently worked with was comprised of 100 of the strongest Asura members in Cold Wind City. He had even included Solitary 9 and Yenya, who were managing the Asura Adventurer Team and Adventurer Alliance's affairs, in the raid. However, they still couldn't get past the third floor's guardian boss. Their only option left was to mobilize the Asura members still on the continent of God's domain. After a period of training, those members' combat standards had surpassed Cold Wind City's experts by leaps and bounds. Forget about it. Although doing so would increase the raid team's overall combat power, the increase would be very limited. "It isn't enough," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Since the boss hasn't respawned yet, you should return and rest up. Once I'm done dealing with my matters, I'll take a look at the snow ruin's third floor. If we can't find a way through the boss, it won't be too late to figure out another way." "Alright, I'll have everyone head back." Lifeless Thorn found Shifeng's plan reasonable. It was true that although. As for Shifeng taking part in the raid personally, Lifeless Thorn did not think that would make much of a difference either. The snow ruin's guardian bosses had to be defeated with the power of a team. There was a limit to how much an individual could contribute to the raid. However, Lifeless Thorn still looked forward to Shifeng taking charge of the raid team. They might very well be able to get through the third floor with his help. As for the fourth floor, they'd have to find a way to deal with that guardian boss when they came to it. If push came to shove, they could ask Zero Wing's experts for help. He was fully aware that the group from Zero Wing was far stronger than him. If these monstrous players took action, surpassing Hecate would be child's play. However, what Lifeless Thorn did not know was that Shifeng had never had any intentions of involving Zero Wing's members in the Ice Crystal World struggles. Moreover, now that Zero Wing had grown so large, the guild required manpower in many aspects. It could no longer afford to gather its top combatants. Following which, Shifeng spent half an hour or so categorizing the ice resistance gemstones, delight filling his eyes as he did. There were 42,651 gemstones that added 5 points of ice resistance, 37,332 that added 6 points, and 12,451 that added 8 points. Shifeng also had 2,921 gemstones that provided 10 points or more. Back on the continent of God's domain, 5-point gemstones currently sold for around 1 gold, 50 silver on the market. That was very close to the production cost. These were also the gemstones he had the most of, although he counted himself lucky since he had only crafted 40,000 plus 5-point gemstones out of the 400,000 attempts. Naturally, the 6-point gemstones were worth more, selling for around 2 gold. Most of the ice resistance gemstones on the market were 6-point gemstones. As for 7-point gemstones, they were slightly rarer and could sell for roughly 3 gold. The 8-point gemstones were very rare, selling for around 5 gold. Meanwhile, successfully forging over 33,000 7-point gemstones and over 12,000 8-point gemstones was truly beyond Shifeng's expectations. As for the ice resistance gemstones that offered 10 or more points in ice resistance, needless to say, they could easily sell for 10 gold or more. After all, ice resistance gemstones would always retain their value. Even if players only had a full set of 5-point gemstones, they would acquire more than enough ice resistance to deal with frosty environments and ice-type bosses. Shifeng then brought the ice resistance gemstones to Asura's residence, placing them in the Adventurer Alliance's trade window. He even placed the entry on the catalog's first page. However, unlike the catalog's other items, the ice resistance gemstones could only be purchased with the auction system. Moreover, players had to use both Magic Crystals and Adventurer Alliance points, with Magic Crystals having a higher priority. In other words, regardless of how many points players bid, the player that bid the most Magic Crystals would win the auction. The Adventurer Alliance points would only be used as a tiebreaker if the top contenders bid the same number of Magic Crystals. Meanwhile, Shifeng set the minimum bid for the 5-point gemstones at 4 Magic Crystals. Not wanting to post too many gemstones at a single time, Shifeng only posted 205-point gemstones. Shortly after Shifeng updated the exchange catalog, the players who had visited the Adventure Alliance to purchase items noticed the change. Immediately, a commotion arose in Asura's residence. Ice resistance gemstones. The Adventure Alliance is amazing. It actually has such an item as well. Amazing. 1 gemstone adds 5 points in ice resistance. That almost rivals the ice resistance from mysterious iron equipment. Crap. If I could fully equip myself with these ice resistance gemstones, I could explore the snow rift practically unhindered. Just where did the Adventurer Alliance get its hands on such an item? Items that provided ice resistance were highly sought after by Cold Wind City's players. Although the Ice Crystal world had many ice resistance items, none of them were like the ice resistance gemstone, which would not become obsolete after a certain level. News of the ice resistance gemstones spread like wildfire among the city's various adventurer teams and guilds. These organizations immediately sent representatives to purchase these gemstones. A flood of independent players also rushed to compete for the ice resistance gemstones. Although magic crystals were rare and hard to obtain in Cold Wind City, there weren't many places where players could spend them. This was especially true for independent players. Most players would rather trade their magic crystals for ice resistance equipment. However, the various guilds hoarded most weapons and equipment that increased ice resistance. No guild would sell such items to independent players. Hence, now that a treasure like the ice resistance gemstone had appeared, independent players had to fight for some of their own. Shortly after, the ice resistance gemstones' prices continued to rise. The price instantly rose to 5 magic crystals per stone. It then climbed to 5 magic crystals and 100 points, 200 points. Meanwhile, each Adventurer Alliance point was currently worth 20 copper coins. Very quickly, the price had reached 6 magic crystals. At this point, the ice resistance gemstones' prices had hit the limit of what independent elite players could afford. Even so, this outcome had greatly exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Yet, the price increase still showed no signs of stopping. Chapter 1765, Frightening Profit. Chapter 1765, Frightening Profit. In less than 5 minutes after Shifeng updated the exchange catalog, the 5-point ice resistance gemstones had reached a price of 7 magic crystals. The demand for the gemstones had completely exceeded Shifeng's expectations. He had never thought that Cold Wind City's players would be so desperate for them. In the end, Shifeng had earned 1,320 magic crystals from the 200 ice resistance gemstones. In addition, the Adventurer Alliance had reclaimed a lot of the points it had awarded. Crap. I just got here, and they're already sold out. Why are there so many rich people? There are actually people willing to fork out 7 magic crystals for those gemstones? What? That's it? There aren't any more. Why are there only 200 gemstones? There aren't even enough for all of us here. Damn it. I knew I should have placed a bid. If I had 4 or 5 ice resistance gemstones, I could even solo tank that ice-type Great Lord I found earlier. I'd be able to earn back all of the money I spent. The crowd in Asura's exchange hall were stupefied by the auction's abrupt end. It had ended so quickly that the city's large guilds had missed the chance to bid before the gemstones had sold out. The independent experts that had adopted a wait-and-see attitude suddenly regretted their choice. Guild leader, what should we do? I arrived late, and by the time I got here, the ice resistance gemstones had sold out. What? They're already gone. What should I do now? Wait there for a little while longer. If no more show up, try to buy the gemstones from the players that purchased them for a high price. The snow ruins environment is too harsh. Without sufficient ice resistance, our main force members' basic attributes will drop, and they won't be able to fight at their full strength. We must obtain those ice resistance gemstones. The various guilds instructed their spies in Asura's residence to wait for more ice resistance gemstones to show up. Meanwhile, Shifeng didn't hurry to put up the second batch of ice resistance gemstones after the first sold out. Instead, he waited roughly 10 minutes for more players to gather in the exchange hall before posting another 1,000 gemstones. He altered the starting bid to 5 magic crystals this time. The 200 ice resistance gemstones had merely been bait for the general populace. Now that an adequate number of players had gathered in Asura's residence, he could start selling the ice resistance gemstones for real now. The moment the 1,000 ice resistance gemstones appeared in the exchange catalog, everyone in the hall started to place their bids in a frenzy. The independent experts, adventurer teams, and guilds that hadn't gotten a chance to bid earlier began to place one bid after another, and almost all of them started off with a 7 magic crystal bid. After around 5 minutes, Shifeng earned another 7,110 magic crystals. He was earning magic crystals several times faster than even Zero Wing City. However, Shifeng knew that this was only the beginning. Cold Wind City had over 2 million players. A measly 1,000 ice resistance gemstones wouldn't even satisfy the needs of the various adventurer teams and guilds, let alone independent players. Following which, Shifeng transferred all of the 5-point gemstones to the residence's warehouse and had the system automatically upload ice resistance gemstones to the exchange catalog in batches of 500 to 1,000 once every 10 or 15 minutes. As for the other ice resistance gemstones, Shifeng had no intentions of selling them for now. For the current Cold Wind City, 40,000 plus ice resistance gemstones should be just enough to meet demand. If he sold the higher quality gemstones, he wouldn't be able to get a good price. While Shifeng sold the ice resistance gemstones, Lifeless Thorn and the others had returned to Asura's residence and rested. Players' stamina and concentration consumption rates increased drastically in the snow ruin. Even if they lay down and did nothing, their stamina and concentration would continue to drain. Commander, this is the information we have on the 3rd floor's guardian boss. Although raiding this boss doesn't require a high amount of ice resistance, its passive skill, Frozen in Time, is very troublesome. This skill targets the top 20 DPS on the team and reduces their attack speed by 100%. In addition, it spawns a chieftain beside each of the affected players. These chieftains are the same level as the affected players and have very high attack power, even rivaling great lords of the same level. In addition, the boss has a second passive skill called Bloodlust. As its HP drops, its strength, attack speed, and defense increase, Lifeless Thorn said, clearly frustrated as he spoke about the 3rd floor's guardian boss. How much HP did the boss have by the end of the battle? Shifeng asked. 50%, Lifeless Thorn said, slightly embarrassed. Is the team's average DPS not high enough? The outcome didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. The third floor's guardian boss evidently required raw power to defeat. Meanwhile, the raid team only had 12 Tier 2 players. As the boss's passive skill restricted the top 20 players' DPS, Lifeless Thorn and the other Tier 2 players couldn't cause any damage, and the rest of the team's DPS obviously wasn't high enough. It was not surprising that the boss had managed to whittle the raid team down. Even if Shifeng joined the team, the outcome would likely be the same. Michum. Everyone in the team is wearing the best equipment we have available. Honestly, though, if the team's DPS could land every attack, it should be possible to kill it, but the boss is very good at dodging and blocking incoming attacks. Without a sufficiently high combat standard, it is very difficult for players to damage the boss, Lifeless Thorn said, nodding. Got it. It seems that we need to improve everyone's equipment. Collect every piece of equipment your team is using and bring it all to me, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. If one's combat standards were lacking, they could simply make up for it with basic attributes. This was one of the long-standing methods God's Domain's players had practiced to raid difficult bosses. Improve their equipment? Is that even possible? Lifeless Thorn could not help his confusion. The raid team already wore the best equipment the Asura adventurer team had. It was basically impossible to improve the raid team's equipment standard further. But since the order had come from Shifeng, Lifeless Thorn did not give the matter much thought. He immediately gathered the raid team and had them hand over their equipment. In any case, he had planned to collect everyone's equipment to repair it all. Once Shifeng received the equipment, he found a normal lounge in the residence and retrieved Pandora's Rubik's Cube from his bag. The Pandora's Rubik's Cube had been so popular during his previous life because of the many regional dungeons and team dungeons that prohibited tools in the game's later stages. Pandora's Rubik's Cube was an exception to this rule. The enhancements Pandora's Rubik's Cube provided were akin to an enchantment. If the enhancements were placed before players entered the restricted zone, it would remain with them once inside. Hence, despite Pandora's Rubik's Cube's massive detriment, it had still been highly sought after. The only problem was that it cost a lot of magic crystals to use. Fortunately, several batches of ice resistance gemstones had sold thus far. After selling 3,000 plus gemstones, Shifeng had over 21,000 magic crystals. This was more than enough to enhance a 100-man team's equipment. Without hesitation, Shifeng converted 10,000 magic crystals into mana water. To increase his chances of success, Shifeng had Icarus's Heart's Divine Providence as well. He had also invested 200 units of life force to activate the skill, increasing the amount of luck he received to the maximum as well as increasing the skill's duration and decreasing its cooldown. He then started to strengthen each piece of equipment before him. There were nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment waiting for him. While Divine Providence was in effect, over half of his enhancement attempts had succeeded. Fortunately, nothing had changed for most of the remaining half. Only 100 plus pieces had been cursed and couldn't be used for a short time. However, the Asura adventurer team had plenty of equipment to spare. By the time Shifeng finished enhancing all 100 players' equipment, he had spent a total of 18,650 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that would be 5,595 gold. If the various large guilds learned Shifeng had just spent 18,650 magic crystals to enhance a bunch of equipment for just 24 hours, they'd curse him and call him a lunatic. He had spent as many magic crystals as a third-rate guild's entire stockpile. Shifeng, however, did not particularly mind the cost. While he had been busy with the raid team's equipment, he had sold another 5,000 or so ice resistance crystals and earned nearly 35,000 magic crystals. Right now, he was earning magic crystals faster than he could spend them. Once he finished with the raid team's equipment, Shifeng convened the raid team. Distribute this equipment. If there are no problems, we'll set out immediately, Shifeng said as he handed the entire team's equipment to Lifeless Thorn. When Lifeless Thorn received the equipment and inspected the items, his mind froze. Commander, what did you do? The equipment's attributes have increased by so much. Lifeless Thorn could tell that most of the items Shifeng had handed him were the same items he had given the swordsman earlier, yet the attributes had undergone a massive transformation. He had never even heard of anything like this before. I only enhanced them slightly and gave every piece of equipment a temporary 15% attribute increase, Shifeng said. He had originally wanted to enhance the equipment with mana stones, but he hadn't had enough magic crystals on hand. Hence, he had to settle for the weaker version for now. 15%? For a moment, Lifeless Thorn wondered if he had misheard. If a piece of equipment were upgraded by a single rank, its basic attributes would improve by roughly 15%. In other words, Shifeng had effectively increased the raid team's overall equipment standard by an entire rank. Furthermore, the enhancement wasn't limited to basic attributes. Even the equipment's skills had been upgraded by 15%. When the raid team's members received the equipment, they couldn't help but gape at the items. They even wondered if these were the items they had worn originally. Chapter 1766, Asura arrives. Chapter 1766, Asura arrives. Cold Wind City, Snow Rift. The Snow Rift was a mountain range that stretched for several hundred kilometers, blocking the path that connected Cold Wind City to other cities. As players ventured deeper into the mountain range, they'd encounter more powerful monsters, even bosses over level 100. It was not a place that current players could casually explore. At this stage of the game, the only viable way to travel from Cold Wind City to other cities was to enter the Snow Ruin and activate the teleportation device there. The teleportation device was connected to a teleportation array on the other side of the Snow Rift. To get a head start and reach other regions before others, the various adventurer teams and guilds in Cold Wind City had dispatched teams to the Snow Ruin and were frantically raiding it. Frost apes occupied the Snow Ruin surroundings all year round. Not only were the Frost apes nimble, but they also knew how to arm themselves and fight like humans. Including the fact that they were used to the cold environments, they possessed very high combat power. Moreover, the weakest Frost ape around the Snow Ruin was a level 55 chieftain, with lords taking up the majority. The leader of each Frost ape patrol squad that wandered the Snow Ruin was even at the Great Lord rank. As the Snow Ruin's area was a Frost ape nest, a very large number of Frost apes could be found around the ruin. Moreover, as players approached the Snow Ruin, they'd encounter stronger Frost apes. An ordinary 100-man elite team would have almost no chance of even getting close to the Snow Ruin, which even the Frost apes considered a forbidden land, let alone challenge the dungeon. Meanwhile, a short distance away, a 100-man team rapidly approached the Snow Ruin. Dozens of Frost apes charged at the team, including 5 great lords and over a dozen lords, yet despite such a force, the 100-man team pushed the monsters aside and continued with ease. Seeing this, the other 100-man team some distance behind the advancing team could not help but grow envious. However, even though the other teams were jealous, they could do nothing about it. This was because the advancing team was Centurion Dynasty's main force. Every member was equipped with a minimum of level 50 mysterious iron equipment, with over half of their equipment consisting of level 50 secret silver equipment. A few of the leading figures even wore a few pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. In contrast, the other teams barely had a handful of level 50 secret silver equipment among their players, not to mention fine gold equipment. These Frost apes are really persistent. They're always like this whenever we come here. Even after we kill one of them, another one just takes its place. Just getting into the Snow Ruin costs us a considerable amount of stamina and concentration, a level 53, Tier 2 Shield Warrior complained. Currently, the Shield Warrior used his Dark Grey Tower shield to hold back 3 level 57 Great Lord ranked Frost Ape captains. Although the Shield Warrior complained, his feet never stopped moving. He constantly maintained his aggro on the 3 Frost Ape captains, preventing the Great Lords from breaking past his team's defensive line and damaging to the rear line players. We're almost at the entrance. Ranged unit, prepare to open up a path. Everyone else, prepare to move. We can't waste too much stamina dealing with the Frost Ape Chieftain this time. Today, we must get through the first underground floor. A level 53, Tier 2 Berserker wielding a massive, silver greatsword shouted as he fought a Frost Ape captain on his own. Under the might of his Tier 2 skills, the Great Lord was forced to retreat. The players around the Berserker were in awe of the strength he displayed. This Tier 2 Berserker was none other than Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader and one of Cold Wind City's top 10 experts. Meanwhile, roughly 500 yards away from Centurion Dynasty's team, a Frost Ape that was twice as large as the others watched the fight. This gigantic Frost Ape wore tattered armor and wielded twin sabers. Frost Ape Chieftain, Humanoid Creature, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 64, 000/64, 000. The Frost Ape Chieftain was the Snow Ruins' unofficial gatekeeper. The Grand Lord would attack any player that tried to approach the dungeon. Due to the Frost Ape Chieftain, many teams' expeditions to the ruin had been terminated before they got to it. Even the various guilds' main forces disliked dealing with the monster. As an ancient magic array, which increased stamina and concentration consumption, enveloped the Snow Ruins surroundings, players would lose a considerable amount of these resources if they fought the Frost Ape Captain. Even if they defeated the Grand Lord without complications, they would have a harder time challenging the Snow Ruin. Hence, the various guilds always tried to avoid the Grand Lord and reduce any unnecessary stamina and concentration consumption to focus on the dungeon. As Centurion Dynasty's main force moved within 100 yards of the Frost Ape Chieftain, the Grand Lord roared and charged at the team. 9 Great Lord-ranked Frost Ape guards followed closely behind. Quicksand, hold the Chieftain. The other MTs, take care of the guards. Ranged unit, use everything you have to repel the guards. Everyone else, charge into the ruin. Sky Slicer hurriedly shouted. With a battle cry, Quicksand, the level 53, Tier 2 Shield Warrior, raised his shield to receive the Frost Ape Chieftain's approaching slash, the muscles of his arms bulging. Boom! Quicksand was immediately forced to retreat by 5 steps, a damage over -10,000 appearing above his head. Meanwhile, the Frost Ape Chieftain's charge had abruptly halted. Though, seeing that its first attack had failed, the Grand Lord swung its other saber. Reacting quickly, Quicksand slanted his shield and deflected the attack, mitigating a significant portion of the force. At this time, the other MTs and Sky Slicer charged at the approaching Frost Ape guards. Under the combined bombardment of the team's ranged players, the team broke through the Frost Ape guards' blockade and opened a path into the Snow Ruin. After about 2 minutes, the team finally shook off the Frost Ape Captain and guards and entered the Snow Ruin. The team's entry also forced the Grand Lord and Great Lords to give up their chase. Seeing this, awe and envy overwhelmed the other teams that were preparing to enter the dungeon. They doubted that they could get past the Frost Ape Chieftain so easily, and they knew that they'd incur some casualties if they tried. Everyone, rest up. We'll enter the first underground floor in 1 minute. Sky Slicer commanded as he swept a glance over his team members. Every member of the team had lost a considerable amount of their HPs and mana during that fight. Hearing this, Centurion Dynasty's members breathed a sigh of relief. They were also delighted that they had gotten past the Frost Ape Chieftain much easier than the last visit. Now, they'd have a greater chance of clearing the first floor. While Centurion Dynasty's players rested, they heard multiple explosions from outside of the Snow Ruin. Moreover, the sound grew louder as the seconds ticked by. Is another bunch of ignorant newcomers trying to take advantage of our efforts to get in? Sky Slicer, who rested on the ground, cracked open an eye as he sneered. This was not the first time their team had encountered such a situation. Although their team had revealed a gap in the Frost Ape Chieftain's defense as they entered the dungeon, the Grand Lord's failure to stop the intruders would eventually enrage it. While enraged, the Frost Ape Chieftain's strength and speed would increase significantly. The Frost Ape guards would also receive a strength boost. This had undoubtedly increased the difficulty of breaking into the Snow Ruin. The correct way to enter the snow ruin would be to wait until the Frost Ape Chieftain and Frost Ape guards calmed down. These ignorant newcomers are in for a big surprise. I'm guessing that they will team wipe. Even Boss Quicksand can't stand against the Frost Ape Chieftain after it goes berserk. This should teach those people a lesson. Didn't they see the other teams outside sitting around and waiting, rather than charging into the ruin after us? While the Centurion Dynasty's members discussed the newcomers, the sounds of battle outside of the snow ruin grew more intense. After 30 seconds, though, silence returned to the snow ruin. It seems they've wiped. The battle sure ended quickly. As the area fell silent, some of Centurion Dynasty's members expressed pity, while others laughed in ridicule. Alright, let's get ready to set out. Sky Slicer said once he noticed that his team had mostly recovered. Just as the team members began to stand and head into the first underground floor, a team walked through the snow ruin's dilapidated entrance. Contrary to the raid team's expectations, however, these newcomers had lost barely any HP, let alone looking miserable. Moreover, the team still had all 100 of its members. What's going on? Sky Slicer stared at the intact 100-man team with wide eyes. Centurion Dynasty's other members also gaped at the newcomers. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. That was the enraged Frost Ape Chieftain they were talking about. Who are these people? Hold on, isn't that Asura's lifeless thorn? It's the Asura Adventurer team. Meanwhile, after glancing at Centurion Dynasty's members, Shirfeng and the others moved past them into the snow ruin's first floor, leaving the stupefied guild members behind them. Chapter 1767, Hero Mode. Chapter 1767, Hero Mode. In the quiet, dilapidated hall, Centurion Dynasty's members only snapped out of their daze after Shirfeng and his team had entered the first underground floor. So strong. They actually managed to enter the ruin despite going up against the enraged Frost Ape Chieftain. It's no wonder why they can reach the third underground floor. Why are they here again? Didn't they just head back to rest some time ago? That's Asura's commander leading the team. It seems that Asura plans to go all out in the raid. This is going to be interesting. I've heard that Hecate has also started raiding the snow ruin with everything they've got and has reached the 4th floor already. I wonder how Asura's raid team will fare. Although Asura is powerful, this is the snow ruin, where a team's overall strength matters more than the individual. I've heard that Hecate's main branch dispatched quite a few of its experts to ensure the guild's success in the raid. In terms of overall strength, Hecate's raid team should be far superior to Asura's. Asura will likely have a difficult time restoring its lost reputation. Indeed. The snow ruin's difficulty multiplies with each floor. Asura's team has been stuck on the 3rd underground floor for several days now. Even if Asura's commander joins the raid, they'll probably still fail to beat the 3rd floor's boss. Centurion Dynasty's members debated as they watched Asura's members depart. Although the Asura Adventurer team had displayed frightening strength thus far, it was still only an adventurer team. Its foundations couldn't compare to Hecate's. Asura plans to compete with Hecate for first clear. Sky Slicer revealed a smile as he watched Shirfeng's group disappear. It seems that we'll have to take advantage of this situation. Sky Slicer shared the opinion that Asura was no match for Hecate in the struggle for the snow ruin's first clear. This was because he had already acquired some internal information regarding Hecate, so he knew just how powerful its current raid team was. The team had 19 Tier 2 players alone, and the guild had gathered the majority of its top combatants for the raid. Meanwhile, including Shirfeng, Asura's raid team had 13 Tier 2 players. Among them, 3 had only recently been promoted. Just in terms of Tier 2 combatants, Hecate had quite the lead over Asura. It was safe to say that the Asura Adventurer team had no hope of catching up to Hecate. However, Asura wasn't entirely out of options if it wished to catch up. It could increase its count of Tier 2 experts, but that was impossible to do in a short time. The only other way to increase its Tier 2 player count was to seek external aid. Meanwhile, Centurion Dynasty had the second highest Tier 2 expert count in Cold Wind City, with a total of 3. The other guilds and adventure teams didn't even have one. Asura would definitely seek cooperation with Centurion Dynasty to increase the number of Tier 2 players in its team. Naturally, Hecate would do the same. After all, if Asura gained the help of 3 additional Tier 2 players, the adventurer team would pose a significant threat. Once the Asura adventure team entered the Snow Ruin, Carnage, who currently fought on the 4th underground floor, received news of Asura's return. They've convinced their commander to help to restore their reputation. Carnage could not help but laugh when he read the report his subordinate had sent. Unfortunately, the Asura adventurer team no longer has a chance. Hecate will claim the Snow Ruins first clear. Raiding the Snow Ruin was not an easy task. Players would face different challenges on each floor and would have to find different ways of progressing. Moreover, as players descended into the ruin, not only would they face stronger guardian bosses, but the boss's respawn rate would also grow longer. The bosses on the 1st and 2nd underground floors would respawn in 1 and 2 hours respectively. On the 3rd floor, however, the respawn time would increase to 4 hours. Since the 4th floor was one away from the last, its guardian boss would require 48 hours to respawn. The system had set such long respawn times to prevent other teams from disturbing the raid. In addition, the Snow Ruins' final boss was incredibly tough and required a lot of time to raid. Meanwhile, Hecate's team had reduced the 4th floor boss's HP to 50% already. They basically had this raid in the bag and would almost certainly progress to the 5th floor. Even if Asura reached the 4th floor, the adventurer team's efforts would be a waste. Not only would Asura fail to learn about the 4th floor boss, but it would also have to waste a full day for the boss to respawn. During this time, Hecate's team could research the final boss and find a way to defeat it. In other words, Asura's raid progress would lag behind Hecate's by at least 2 days. This was not an easy gap to bridge. Furthermore, some of Hecate's experts, who had left to challenge their Tier 2 promotions, should finish their promotion quests and return to the guild before the team raided the final boss. Then, Hecate would have even more Tier 2 players on its team. Meanwhile, Shurfeng and his companions stood on the only teleportation array in the teleportation hall on the Snow Ruins' 1st underground floor. Esteemed adventurers, some of you already have the 3rd underground floor's mark. You may teleport directly to the 3rd underground floor. However, the guardian boss has yet to respawn. Do you still wish to head to the 3rd underground floor? A translucent elder's soul, who stood beside the teleportation array, asked Shurfeng's group. It still hasn't respawned? Shurfeng frowned slightly. He then continued, then, send us to the 3rd underground floor's hero mode. Shurfeng's declaration stunned his team members. Commander. That's the hero mode. Lifeless Thorn could not help but panic when he heard Shurfeng choose the hero mode. The Snow Ruin was a special regional dungeon that had 2 difficulty settings, normal and hero. The 2 modes were independent and players would be sent to different spaces depending on the mode they chose. However, players only needed to clear the normal mode to reach the next floor. Aside from the better drops, hero mode didn't offer any benefits. However, this mode was far more difficult than normal mode. Most importantly, players would be barred from challenging the difficulty for a full week after each attempt. But before Asura's members could dissuade their commander, Shurfeng confirmed the teleportation to the 3rd underground floor's hero mode. In the blink of an eye, the team arrived on the hero mode's 3rd underground floor. Looking around, the team didn't spot any monsters roaming around the floor. Instead, a single, 8-meter-tall, 6-armed frost ape quietly stood in the center. The ape wielded a long sword in each of its hands. Meanwhile, a magic barrier had sealed off the gate to the 4th underground floor. This was nothing like normal mode. Frost Ape Warlord, humanoid creature, specialized archaic species, Grand Lord. Level 63. HP 160,000/160,000,000. Gasps slipped from the players when they saw the Frost Ape Warlord's attributes. The hard mode Frost Ape Warlord was much stronger than the boss in normal mode. In normal mode, the Frost Ape Warlord was only a level 62 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. It only had 120 million HP and 4 arms, as well. However, not only was the Frost Ape Warlord before them a specialized archaic species, but it also had 6 arms and 160 million HP. Of the players present, only Shifeng maintained his composure. Other players might be intimidated by a hero mode regional dungeon, but Shifeng, who had raided Otherworld's hero mode regional dungeons in the past, knew that there wasn't much of a difficulty difference between this mode and normal mode. The combat power of the monsters inside the dungeon would increase by roughly 20% to 30% only. Their HPs as well would increase between 30% to 50% only. Now that his team's basic attributes had increased by 15%, clearing the Snow Ruins hero mode wasn't exactly impossible. Furthermore, he had originally wanted to raid the Snow Ruins hero mode. He was accelerating his plans. A specialized archaic species. After glancing at the Frost Ape Warlord, Shifeng took out a bunch of weapons and passed them to his team members. From now on, everyone is to use the weapon I give you and listen to my instructions. If you don't listen and use the weapons casually, I'll banish you from the adventurer team. Hearing Shifeng's determination, his companions couldn't help but shudder. However, upon receiving the weapons, aside from Lifeless Thorn and the other members who had visited the continent of God's domain, these players gasped in astonishment. The attributes on the weapons Shifeng had just given them were simply amazing. These new weapons were much stronger than their current weapons. As they watched Shifeng hand out the weapons, Lifeless Thorn and the others, who had been quite anxious, beamed. Others might not realize exactly how powerful these weapons were, but they knew. These mana weapons could dramatically boost their combat power and allow them to exert power that could transcend tiers. Now, they'd even be able to take on a mythic monster without fear, much less a Grand Lord ranked specialized archaic species. Unfortunately, since mana weapons weren't indefinite, they couldn't be used casually. Alright, now that everyone has a mana weapon, let's get to work. Solitary, you'll start the raid. Shifeng commanded once everyone was properly equipped. On it. Solitary 9 licked his lips as he excitedly charged at the Frost Ape Warlord. Chapter 1768, Sockham's Blade. Roar. As Solitary 9 came within 150 yards of the Frost Ape Warlord, the Grand Lord abruptly opened its eyes and let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the third underground floor. Even the ground trembled at its bellow. Without waiting for Solitary 9 to reach it, the Frost Ape Warlord advanced, its body transforming into a powerful gale as it charged at the Shield Warrior. In the blink of an eye, the Ape Warlord arrived before Solitary 9 and swung one of its long swords at the Shield Warrior. Reacting quickly, Solitary 9 raised his shield slightly and deflected the Ape Warlord's longsword, sending the weapon crashing into the ground beside him. Immediately after, he tightened his grip around his one-handed axe and swung it at the Ape Warlord, silver divine runes appearing on the head of the axe as it moved. Tier 2 skill, Angry Blow. In the next moment, the one-handed axe sneaked past the Frost Ape Warlord's defenses and landed on its body. Upon getting struck, the Grand Lord shrieked in pain. Minus 51,854. Everyone present was dumbfounded at this damage. This number was too absurd. Previously, when going up against the normal mode Frost Ape Warlord, Solitary 9 could deal only a little over minus 20,000 damage when using a Tier 2 skill. Now, despite going up against the hero mode version, he actually more than doubled that damage. After getting struck, the Frost Ape Warlord became enraged. This time, it fiercely swung two of its long swords at Solitary 9. Upon seeing this, Solitary 9 executed a spiral jump. At the same time, his shield gave off a dazzling glow. Both longswords the Ape Warlord swung then involuntarily shifted to cut at the shield. Tier 2 defensive skill, Attack Redirection. When activated, Attack Redirection forced a target to land all of their attacks on the user's shield. At the same time, the user's defense would be increased by 100%, and the damage received, reduced by 50%. Attack redirection was a very rare defensive skill. When both longswords landed on Solitary 9's shield, 2 damages of -2,600 appeared above his head. After the shield warrior reached level 55, his HP exceeded 65,000. This amount of damage was nothing to him, one healer would be enough to keep him alive and healthy. While Solitary 9 was still in midair, he used the opportunity to land another blow on the Frost Ape Warlord. -49,431. After this attack, the shield warrior had thoroughly pulled the ape warlord's aggro to himself. Now, only Solitary 9 existed in the ape warlord's eyes. Good. Everyone else, join in the fight. Shifeng commanded. Following Shifeng's command, everyone in the team surged forward. Taking the lead, Lifeless Thorn executed Thrusting Assault and stabbed his glowing Tier 3 mana spear at one of the ape warlord's joints, the blow forcefully redirecting the ape warlord's movements. A damage exceeding -90,000 also appeared above the Grand Lord's head. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle, Yenya, and the other Tier 2 players also triggered their respective mana weapons abilities, their attacks wreaking over -80,000 damage each. They dealt much higher damage than MTs like Solitary 9 and Dark Madness. Even without using their mana weapons ability, they could still mete out over -40,000 damage. As for the Tier 1 players in the team, when they activated their Tier 2 mana weapons, they could inflict over -30,000 damage with their attacks. If their weapons were in their passive state, they still dealt over -10,000 damage with each attack. This situation made everyone in the team feel as if the hero mode Frost Ape Warlord was actually easier to deal with than the normal mode one. Following which, the Ape Warlord's HP fell rapidly, reaching 90% after just a short moment. When its HP hit 90%, its 2 passive skills took effect. Immediately, the top 20 DPS of the team had their attack speed reduced by 100%. At the same time, the Grand Lord's attack power and defense rose. Everyone, attention. Use your weapons skill only when you are certain you can hit the boss. If you're not 100% certain, just attack normally. Dark, you and Solitary take turns attracting the boss's attention. Prioritize killing the mobs that appear. Shifeng instructed through the team chat. Although their attack speed had been reduced, that did not mean that their attack power had declined. So long as they could land their attacks on the boss, they could still deal damage. Following which, Shifeng activated Abyssal Curse, lowering the boss's attributes by 10%, giving his team an easier time against the boss. Due to the mana weapons, although the Frost Ape Warlord's 2 passive skills had taken effect, the Tier 1 players in the team were still able to deal over -10,000 damage with their attacks. They were not much weaker than an ordinary Tier 2 player. As a result, the boss's HP still decreased at a rapid pace. 80%. 60%. 30%. Despite the Grand Lord becoming increasingly powerful as its HP diminished, it still failed to cope with Asura's team, which effectively rivaled a 100-man team of Tier 2 players. When the Ape Warlord's HP fell to 20%, it abruptly raised its 6 longswords into the air and started gathering a large amount of mana around the weapons. It was clearly planning to use a powerful team wipe skill, something that the normal mode Frost Ape Warlord did not possess. Everyone, gather at my location. Shifeng did not grow flustered in this situation. After all, he had dealt with hero mode bosses plenty of times in the past, hence, he expected the Frost Ape Warlord to possess a team wipe skill. Everyone present was an expert. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, they speedily gathered around him. However, as the Ape Warlord's skill had a short channeling time of only 3 seconds, not everyone managed to get to Shifeng before the boss's skill activated. In the next moment, the Grand Lord rapidly brandished its 6 longswords simultaneously, sending energy blades flying in all directions. The power contained within those energy blades shattered even the sturdy stone floor. Meanwhile, the energy blades flew up to 100 yards before they disappeared. 3 players that failed to get within range of Shifeng's activated absolute domain were killed instantly. The frightening destructive power of the boss's team wipe skill had everyone alive gasping. However, after using its Team Wipe skill, the Frost Ape Warlord fell into a sluggish state, its movement speed decreasing significantly. This situation allowed Asura's members to land attacks on it more easily. In less than 2 minutes, the Frost Ape Warlord fell under Shifeng's Divine Providence enhanced attack, dropping a bunch of items around its corpse. Seeing the Frost Ape Warlord dead, everyone could not help but sigh ruefully. They never thought that the hero mode boss would be so easy to deal with. Even when Hecate's raid team challenged and defeated the normal mode Frost Ape Warlord, the team had lost over half of its members. On the other hand, they had defeated the hero mode version at the cost of only 3 lives. If not for the boss's team wipe skill, they might have even managed to clear the floor without suffering a single casualty. Resurrect the Fallen. Once everyone's recovered, we'll head down to the 4th underground floor, Shifeng instructed. He then proceeded to collect the boss's loot. Although he had activated Divine Providence, at the end of the day, the Frost Ape Warlord was still a monster of the Ice Crystal world. Practically all of the items it dropped were materials, albeit epic ranked ones. Only 2 items were equipment, level 50 fine gold ranked mage robes and a level 50 fine gold ranked two-handed axe. Even so, this loot still made many of the team's experts drool. Among the 30+ items that dropped, only one managed to catch Shifeng's attention, the Sockham's blade forging design. Sockham's blade was a level 50 dark gold weapon. To the current god's domain that had a severe scarcity of top-tier level 50 weapons and equipment, a level 50 dark gold weapon was an item beyond most players' reach. After tidying up the loot, Shifeng noted that his team had already recovered fully. He then led his team down to the 4th underground floor. The 4th underground floor was a maze that was littered with traps, which made traversing the floor extremely difficult. After spending over an hour exploring the maze, the team arrived before a spacious hall. Sure enough, there aren't any mobs here either. After arriving at the end of the maze, Shifeng noticed that the situation here was similar to that on the 3rd floor. There were no wandering mobs here at all. There were only 2 4-winged gargoyles standing at the entrance leading down to the next floor. Stone Guardian, Archaic Species, Grand Lord. Level 64. HP 130,000/130,000,000. We need to deal with 2 bosses on this floor. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the 2 gargoyles. Solitary and Dark, each of you take on one of these bosses. We'll split the team into 2 groups of 50 and raid the bosses separately. Other teams might find dealing with 2 bosses simultaneously to be headache-inducing, but the 2 Stone Guardians were not a problem for Asura's current raid team. As Refinement Realm experts, both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness were more than capable of tanking a Grand Lord ranked Archaic Species all by themselves. As for DPS, although the team's damage dealers would be split between 2 teams, they could still cope with the Stone Guardians, thanks to the mana weapons. In the end, just like Shifeng had expected, before even 20 minutes had passed, both Stone Guardians had fallen to Asura's raid team, dying under Shifeng's swords. In total, the 2 bosses had dropped over 30 items, none of which managed to catch Shifeng's attention. The only noteworthy items in the loot were 3 pieces of level 50 equipment, 2 pieces were fine gold rank, while 1 was dark gold rank leather boots. After resting for 10 minutes or so, Shifeng led the team down to the 5th underground floor, which was also the final floor of the snow ruin. At the same time as Asura's team was descending to the final floor, a system announcement suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 1769, Hero Mode First Clear. Chapter 1769, Hero Mode First Clear. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement, congratulations. Hecate Guild has defeated the Snow Ruins Stone Guardian and completed the Stone Heart quest. Guild popularity increased by 2,000 points. Rewarding Snow Ruins Blessing. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its contents echoing in every player's ears in the Cold Wind City region. Didn't Hecate recently reach the 4th underground floor? Could they have defeated the 4th floor's guardian boss? Hecate is too amazing. Not only did its team reach the Snow Ruins' 4th underground floor on their first try, but they also defeated its boss. As expected of a first-rate guild. Other guilds and adventurer teams really can't compare. Now that Hecate's raid team has completed its guild quest and obtained the Snow Ruins blessing, the team will have a much easier time raiding the Snow Ruin. It seems Hecate is sure to obtain the Snow Ruins first clear this time. The Asura adventurer team is pretty pitiful. Despite its efforts to expand the Adventurer Alliance and collect rare materials, Hecate is still the more powerful organization. The general public marveled at Hecate's achievement. The various powers that still challenged the Snow Ruin even considered giving up on contesting for the dungeon's first clear. At the same time, they expressed their sympathy for the Asura adventurer team. Damn it! How did things turn out this way? Sky Slicer frowned as he read the system announcement. He had thought that Hecate only had a slight advantage over the Asura adventurer team. He hadn't expected the guild's raid team to be powerful enough to reach the final floor in a single attempt. Moreover, Hecate had completed the epic guild quest, Stone Heart. The Centurion dynasty had this guild quest, as well. However, the quest's initial phase was extremely complex. Even now, the Centurion dynasty had yet to complete the initial collection quest. Yet, not only had Hecate completed the initial phase so quickly, but it had also slain the 4th floor's guardian boss and obtained the Stone Heart. Now that Hecate had completed the Stone Heart quest, every member of the guild would receive the Snow Ruins blessing. With the Snow Ruins blessing, not only would Hecate's members receive an 8% increase to their basic attributes when inside the Snow Ruin, but they would also receive 10% less damage when hit. Their stamina and concentration consumption would reduce by 10%, as well. With this, Hecate would have a much easier time dealing with the Snow Ruins' final boss. Meanwhile, on the normal mode Snow Ruins' 5th underground floor. Unlike the previous floors, players were led straight to an ancient shrine immediately after descending from the 4th floor. A 6-meter-tall skeletal giant waited in the shrine center to greet visiting players. Sacred, golden armor was draped over the giant's bones, and a great sword, emitting a faint glow, had been thrust into the ground before the guardian boss. Although the skeletal giant stood there, doing nothing, it radiated an indescribable sense of majesty and power. Skeleton King, Undead, Specialized Archaic Species, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 220,000/220,000,000. Currently, a group of players stood outside the shrine with resolute expressions. This group was none other than Hecate's main force. Good. Now that we've completed our quest, and the Snow Ruins blessing is in our hands, we'll proceed according to plan. We'll prioritize defense and study the boss's movement patterns and skills first. Once we have a clear idea of what we're dealing with, we'll raid it with everything we've got. Carnage said, smiling as he looked at the system announcement. Vice Guild Leader, you're being overly cautious. We just got an 8% boost to our basic attributes and a 10% damage reduction. Although the boss is a specialized archaic species, it is only a Grand Lord, a 2-meter-tall, robust shield warrior said, flashing the Skeleton King a contemptuous look. The 11 players around the robust man nodded in agreement. They were not taking the Skeleton King seriously whatsoever. However, the other Hecate members broke out in a cold sweat as they listened to the shield warrior. Only Hecate's 12 heavens would dare to make such a claim. Anyone else would likely be terrified of challenging the Skeleton King, much less make light of the boss. However, Hecate's 12 heavens were indeed qualified to make such a claim. Not only were all 12 of them Tier 2 players, but they also wore dazzling equipment. The most inferior piece on them was level 50 Secret Silver rank, with the majority consisted of level 50 Fine Gold rank. Some even wore epic equipment. As for their levels, all 12 were level 55. Their combat standards were also ridiculously high, and even a refinement realm expert like Vast Heaven could not last more than 20 moves against them. It was also due to the 12 heavens that Hecate had qualified to begin its path towards becoming a super first-rate guild. It's better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to waste too much time on the snow ruin, Carnage responded indifferently. He was very familiar with the 12 Heavens' strength. All 12 were Hecate's apex combatants. Alright, let's start the raid. As soon as Carnage gave out the command, the 12 Heavens charged forward with everyone else following closely behind them. The moment the 12 Heavens set foot in the shrine, emerald fire flashed in the Skeleton King's hollow eye sockets. The skeletal giant then turned to the approaching players. This is the world of the dead. The living are not permitted here, the Skeleton King bellowed. It then removed the great sword from the ground and swung it at the 3 Tier 2 MTs leading the charge. Purple flames burst forth from the Skeleton King's greatsword, threatening to devour the players. However, just before the purple flames reached the Tier 2 MTs, a Tier 2 elementalist at the rear line chanted an incantation and pointed her staff upward. Tier 2 defensive spell, Frost Barricade. In the next moment, a translucent barrier of ice formed before the 3 Tier 2 MTs, blocking the path and preventing the purple flames from reaching them. Only after the purple flames dissipated did the Tier 2 elementalist forcibly remove the frost barricade. When the frost barricade disappeared, the 3 level 55, Tier 2 MTs took action simultaneously, sneaking 3 Tier 2 skills past the Skeleton King's defenses and striking the Grand Lord directly. Each skill dealt over -20,000 damage. The round of attacks also solidified the 3 MTs' hold on the Skeleton King's aggro. Once the other Hecate members were in position, they bombarded the Skeleton King with their own attacks. The Skeleton King's single-target attacks were far more powerful than those of the previous Guardian bosses. Even its normal attacks could push a Tier 2 metric tons backward by over a dozen yards and cause over -26,000 damage. Moreover, this was after the Tier 2 metric tons had blocked the attack with their shield. If the Tier 2 MTs received one of the boss's single-target skills with their shields, they would lose over -50,000 HP. If the MTs failed to block a skill attack, it was safe to say that they would die instantly. Moreover, every time the Skeleton King's HP fell past a certain threshold, the boss would summon a large group of skeleton warriors. If these skeleton warriors were not defeated within a certain time, the Skeleton King would convert them into HP. To make matters worse, the Skeleton King would randomly cast Hell Flame, an AoE spell. The boss aimed this spell at random targets each time it cast it, not the 3 MTs. If players came into contact with the Hell Flame, even an MT would not last more than 2 seconds. Overall, the Skeleton King was a very tough boss to raid. However, every member on Hecate's raid team was an expert. This was especially true for the 12 Heavens 3 MTs. The 3 Tier 2 MTs would systematically rotate in and out of battle, taking turns tanking and landing hits on the boss. Their timing and positioning were extremely accurate, and this just barely allowed them to face the Skeleton King head-on. Only, doing so was a considerable burden on the rear-line healers. Not once had the healers stopped casting their spells since the raid had begun. Moreover, the healers had to avoid the skeleton warriors and Hell Flame attacks from time to time. In such a way, Hecate's raid team whittled down the Skeleton King. When the Skeleton King's HP fell to 50%, the Grand Lord went berserk and emerald fire wrapped around its greatsword. Seeing this, Carnage commanded every player with a berserk skill to activate it. By the time the emerald flames faded, less than 70 players remained standing. Fortunately, all 3 Tier 2 MTs were still alive. However, this reduction in combat power made defeating the skeleton warriors far more difficult for Hecate's members. As both sides fought, both the Skeleton King's HP and Hecate's member count continuously decreased. 20%. 10%. 5%. By the time the Skeleton King collapsed, less than 20 players remained of Hecate's 100-man team, only 7 of the 12 heavens had survived. The outcome had been gruesome. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement: Congratulations to Hecate for obtaining the first clear on the normal mode Snow Ruin. Rewarding 2,000 guild popularity points and 300 Cold Wind City contribution points. We did it! Vice Guild Leader, as we predicted, we only needed 500 contribution points to take control of Cold Wind City. Now, we just need to complete a few epic ranked city quests to earn the remaining 200 contribution points. The Hecate members that were still alive could not help their excitement upon seeing the system announcement. Even Carnage's eyes glowed as a pleasant feeling warmed his heart. Meanwhile, news of Hecate's success shocked Cold Wind City's players. After this, Hecate's dominance over Cold Wind City was inevitable. In the future, Cold Wind City was bound to become Hecate's territory. However, as everyone expressed their surprise over the news, another system announcement reached their ears. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to the Asura Adventurer team for obtaining the first clear on the Hero Mode Snow Ruin. Rewarding Hero's Key and 500 Cold Wind City Contribution Points. Chapter 1770, Cold Wind City's Ruler. Lucky Old Cat. As the system announcement rang out again, the members of Hecate's raid team, who were originally celebrating their attainment of the Snow Ruin's first clear, fell into a daze. Did I hear wrong? Hero Mode's first clear. There must be a mistake. How could anyone possibly clear the Hero Mode at this stage of the game? Right. Previously, Asura's raid team couldn't even beat the third floor boss. How could it possibly beat the Hero Mode's final boss? As Hecate's members stared at the latest system announcement, they could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. The Hero Mode Snow Ruin's difficulty was significantly greater than the normal mode versions. If a team did not gather enough good equipment from the normal mode Snow Ruin, challenging the Hero Mode was practically impossible. Meanwhile, Asura's raid team wasn't even capable of clearing normal mode before. So, just how could it possibly clear Hero Mode? Hero Mode? Carnage's expression darkened at this sudden turn of events. He had never thought that Asura would actually challenge the Hero Mode. However, the fact that Asura had cleared the Hero Mode's Snow Ruin was still not the most important part. The crucial point was that Asura had gained 500 Cold Wind City contribution points. Currently, the minimum requirement for an organization to take control of Cold Wind City was to have 500 contribution points. In other words, the Asura Adventurer team had already taken control of Cold Wind City and become the city's ruler. For the following month, Asura would hold a certain amount of authority over Cold Wind City. Only after 1 month had passed would the system conduct a re-evaluation and designate the player organization with the highest contribution points as the new ruler of the city. During this 1 month, Asura would gain plenty of benefits as the ruler of the city. If Hecate wished to overtake Asura in terms of city contribution points, then the guild would have to put in many times the effort it was putting in now. While Hecate's members were reeling from Asura's clearing the Hero Mode Snow Ruin, Cold Wind City was in an uproar. All hail Asura! Amazing! Asura managed to secure the first clear of the Hero Mode Snow Ruin. Just how strong is Asura's main force? Hecate is truly pitiful. Shortly after it got the first clear of the normal mode Snow Ruin, its achievement immediately got overshadowed by Asura's. However, with this, we independent players will have a great time in Cold Wind City. Since the Adventurer Alliance belongs to the Asura Adventurer team, the Adventurer Alliance will definitely develop into an even better organization. In the future, it might actually be possible to exchange for level 50 Dark Gold equipment from the Alliance. The system announcement of the Asura Adventurer team claiming the Hero Mode Snow Ruin's first clear brought endless joy to Cold Wind City's independent players. Now, many of them wished to join the Asura Adventurer team. As for the various guilds of Cold Wind City, this news signaled the beginning of their nightmare. Had Hecate been the one to take control of Cold Wind City, the guild would have definitely placed heavy pressure on the Asura Adventurer team and the Adventurer Alliance. At that time, the independent players of Cold Wind City would have been made to realize the strength of guilds. However, now that Cold Wind City had fallen into Asura's control, more players would feel that joining the Adventurer Alliance was better than joining a guild. If that happened, then guilds would have even less living space in Cold Wind City. Meanwhile, Sky Slicer of the Centurion dynasty was also dumbfounded when he received the system announcement. He simply could not fathom how the Asura adventurer team had accomplished such a feat. That was the hero mode snow ruin they were talking about. Even Hecate's raid team, which had 19 tier 2 players, did not dare to challenge hero mode. Yet, Asura had managed to clear it with just 13 tier 2 players in its team. No matter how he looked at it, this had to be a joke from the system. With this, his plans to take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits for his guild were ruined. To make matters worse, his guild's living space in Cold Wind City would even get further constricted. While the outside world was in an uproar over the latest system announcement, inside the hero mode Snow Ruin's 5th underground floor, Shifeng was currently collecting the Skeleton King's loot. As for everyone else in the team, they were lying on the floor and panting in exhaustion. In hero mode, the Skeleton King was a bona fide level 65 mythic monster. If not for Solitary 9 and Dark Madness constantly activating their tier 3 mana weapons and taking turns tanking using their berserk skills, the team would have been annihilated. As for the Hell Flame the Skeleton King used, it was basically a large-scale destruction spell. Whenever the Skeleton King used Hell Flame, the team had to rely on Shifeng's absolute domain to survive. When the battle was over, the team had less than 40 survivors. Close to the end of the battle, even Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had died under the Skeleton King's flaming greatsword. The rear-line healers couldn't keep up with the Skeleton King's DPS at all. Fortunately, after Shifeng activated his berserk skill, the team had managed to make it through the final stretch and defeated the Skeleton King. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King's death brought everyone two big surprises. The first one came in the form of a massive amount of EXP. The surviving members of the team received EXP equivalent to an entire day's worth of grinding. The second one was the appearance of a jackpot. The Skeleton King dropped so many items that just picking them all up took Shifeng quite a lot of time. In total, the Skeleton King's jackpot had over 200 items. Among them, more than 180 consisted of rare materials, mana stones, and magic crystals. As many as 5 mana stones had dropped. Quite a few of the rare materials were the main materials required to produce level 50 plus dark gold weapons and equipment. Every material was worth a considerable amount of money. Among the remaining items were one weapon an epic ranked greatsword named Incineration Blade, and 7 pieces of equipment. The weapon was none other than the greatsword the Skeleton King had used, which was not only very powerful but also very stylish. As for the equipment, they were either level 50 dark gold equipment or level 55 fine gold equipment. The sight of these 8 items caused everyone's eyes to sparkle. Monsters rarely dropped weapons and equipment in the ice crystal world. Let alone dark gold rank, even fine gold weapons and equipment were extremely rare. As for epic weapons, those were practically myths in Cold Wind City. However, Shifeng had no intention of distributing the weapons and equipment to any specific person. Instead, he intended to place them in the Asura Adventurer team's exchange catalog and allow Asura's members to exchange for them. These items would serve as an incentive to motivate Asura's members to work harder. Meanwhile, for the team operation this time, he also granted everyone their deserved contribution points, which could be used to exchange for the items they wanted. The remaining dozen or so items included 3 master-ranked potions, 2 tier 3 magic scrolls, a design for level 50 dark gold-ranked cloth armor robes, and a design for level 50 fine gold-ranked plate armor arm guards. There was also one item in particular that surprised Shifeng. And that was the Hell Chariot design. When Shifeng picked up the ancient tome, which was even twice as thick as a dictionary, and read the name, Hell Chariot Design, written on the cover, for a moment, he actually thought he was hallucinating. A war chariot. This was a weapon meant for large-scale battles. It possessed not only frightening destructive power but also the ability to ferry large numbers of players across long distances. A high-ranking item that could be used to conduct ambushes and field battles, it also had excellent siege and defensive capabilities. Compared to a war chariot, the miniature ballista was no different from garbage. The miniature ballista moved very slowly and took a very long time to load. It also had no defensive capability and, hence, could be destroyed easily. In contrast, a war chariot was very fast and boasted powerful defensive capabilities. A war chariot could ensure that the players riding inside did not receive any damage from attacks, somewhat similar to the ships at sea. Shifeng had never imagined that the Snow Ruins' final boss would drop such an item. In terms of value, all the other items the Skeleton King dropped combined were not even worth 1/5 of the Hell Chariot design. After taking a few deep breaths and calming himself down, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and appraised the Hell Chariot design. He wanted to know what rank the chariot design was exactly. Chapter 1771, Hell Chariot. Lucky Old Cat. As Shifeng used Omniscient Eyes on the tome in his hands, a loading bar appeared before him, needing 10 seconds to fill completely. 10 seconds? Shifeng's heartbeat quickened when he saw the loading bar. The longer the appraisal time, the more valuable the appraised item was. War chariots could be categorized into basic, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster ranks, the chariot's value increasing with each subsequent rank. The war chariot's abilities were also stronger with each rank. A basic war chariot possessed enough combat power to deal with a great lord, but only a fool would use it against a monster. War chariots truly shined in siege battles and combat between players. Using a war chariot to deal with monsters was overly extravagant. Unlike normal weapons and tools, repairing a war chariot required more than just coins, players would also have to supply the materials. If a war chariot were used to grind monsters, the income wouldn't even be enough to cover the repair costs. Moreover, the required materials were very rare and hard to obtain. Once the loading bar was full, the Hell Chariot design's details appeared before Shifeng. Hell Chariot design, intermediate design, can be used to produce the Hell Chariot. Hell Chariot. Maximum capacity, 20 people, increases movement speed by 180%. Possesses Tier 2 defensive capabilities. Durability 400 additional skill 1-. Magic Shield, constructs a Tier 3 magic barrier that can absorb up to a maximum of 2 million damage for 20 seconds. Each use costs 20 magic crystals. Cooldown, 10 minutes additional skill 2-. Hell Cannon, 1500 range. Deals a devastating blow at the Tier 3 standard to a 30-yard radius. Each use costs 100 magic crystals. Cooldown, 15 seconds additional skill 3-. Flame Spears, creates 12 flame spears. Each flame spear carries power at the peak of Tier 2 and has a 150-yard attack range. Cooldown, 3 seconds. What a powerful war chariot. Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement as he read the Hell Chariot's attribute panel. He had seen many intermediate war chariots in the past, but the Hell Chariot's attributes could even rank among the top intermediate war chariots. Normal intermediate war chariots only had 300 points of durability and only increased movement speed by 160%, which was roughly the same as a mysterious iron mount, yet the Hell Chariot increased movement speed by 180%. That was on par with the increase of a secret silver mount. However, the skills had to be the best part about this Hell Chariot. Ordinary intermediate war chariots only provided a Tier 2 magic shield that could reduce damage from Tier 2 attacks by 70% and Tier 3 attacks by 40%. Meanwhile, the war chariot's Tier 3 magic shield could reduce damage from Tier 2 attacks by 80%, Tier 3 attacks by 70%, and Tier 4 attacks by 40%. With such a powerful magic shield, even a Tier 4 mythic monster wouldn't be able to destroy the Hell Chariot within a short time. As for the production requirements, they weren't particularly demanding. Only 3 master engineers and 1 master forger were needed to produce the Hell Chariot. The only troublesome part was the main material, Titan Oregon. A single Hell Chariot required 500 pieces of Titan ore, a super rare ore that was even hard to find in the Storm Empire, which was famed for its production. This was because Titan ore was one of the main materials for epic equipment. It seems that I'll need Melancholic to focus on collecting Titan Oregon. Shifeng started plotting as he gazed at the Hell Chariot design in his hands. It wouldn't be impossible for the Candlelight trading firm to gather 3 master engineers and a master forger. The materials were the only other problem. Once they solved that, they could mass-produce the Hell Chariot. If Zero Wing had a tool like the Hell Chariot, its members could easily venture deep into neutral maps to grind and explore. The guild's members wouldn't need to compete with other guilds for nearby maps. In that case, Zero Wing's members would acquire more resources for the guild and themselves. A war chariot wasn't just a weapon of war, it was also a powerful transportation tool, much better than a mount. This was because players would not lose stamina and concentration when traveling in a war chariot. Moreover, war chariots could regenerate players' stamina and concentration. Although, its ability to do so wasn't as good as a normal NPC city. The most important point was that war chariots could hold simple repair tools. This allowed players to repair their weapons and equipment without visiting a smithy. Only, the repair fees were extremely high, 3 times a city's prices. Also, there was a limit to how many repairs a war chariot could conduct. The simple repair tools that could be loaded onto an intermediate war chariot could only repair up to a maximum of 10,000 points of durability. However, to expert teams that valued time over money, this was a wonderful perk. Following which, Shurfeng carefully stored the Hell Chariot design and inspected the hero's key, which he had acquired for securing the first clear of the hero mode's Snow Ruin. Hero's Key, Snow Ruin, Dark Gold rank item. Can be used to activate the Snow Ruin's primordial teleportation magic array. Can teleport up to a maximum of 500 players to the other side of the teleportation array. Cooldown, 144 hours, 3 natural days. As expected of the first clear reward for hero mode. The system actually gave out such an item. Shurfeng was astonished as he read the hero's key's attribute panel. Unlike on the continent of God's domain, traveling between cities in any other world was not an easy task. If Otherworld's players wished to visit other cities, they had to acquire an entry permit. The teleportation function between 2 cities would only activate after a certain number of players had secured entry permits. Before this requirement was fulfilled, players with a teleportation entry permit would physically have to travel to the city specified in the entry permit or use some secret passage. There was no other way for players to travel between 2 cities. Meanwhile, after killing the Skeleton King, a golden chest had appeared in the shrine, containing teleportation entry permits. When raiding the normal mode Skeleton King, players would only gain between 100 and 150 entry permits. Meanwhile, hero mode provided between 200 and 300 entry permits. Moreover, once players cleared the Snow Ruin, regardless of which mode they challenged, they would be prevented from challenging the Snow Ruin again for 7 days. However, the hero's key could teleport 500 players to a different region directly. Moreover, it only had a 3-day cooldown. To the various guilds and adventurer teams that were trying to find a foothold in a different region as quickly as possible, this was a godly tool. Commander, there are a total of 265 entry permits in the golden chest. What should we do with them? Yenya could not help but ask as she retrieved the entry permits. Currently, throughout Cold Wind City, only Asura and Hecate possessed entry permits to other cities. Meanwhile, these entry permits would only bind to players after use. In other words, they could be sold or traded. For Cold Wind City's players, traveling to another region was a golden opportunity. Many of these players dreamed of acquiring an entry permit, especially the city's various guilds. If they sold the entry permits they had right now, they could definitely make a fortune. For the time being, our priority is to expand our development to other cities, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. Head back to Cold Wind City immediately and find some experts and trustworthy management individuals that are willing to develop in another city from the adventurer team. Have them gather in the residence. I'll head over to meet with them once I've finished my task. The Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were preparing to travel into the Ice Crystal world. To secure more of this otherworld's resources for Zero Wing, the Asura adventurer team had to occupy more cities in the Ice Crystal world. Otherwise, once the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds arrived in the Ice Crystal world cities, it would become far more difficult for Asura to secure a foothold in those cities. After all, both Asura and Zero Wing were far from a match for the Empire's large guilds in terms of resources and manpower. We're expanding our development to other cities. Yanya's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Shifeng's words. She was painfully curious about the Ice Crystal World's other cities. Cold Wind City was only a minor city, not one of the other world's main cities. Following Shifeng's command, Yenya promptly left the snow ruin to gather the Asura adventurer team's expert players. As for Shifeng, he made his way to Cold Wind City's City Hall. Chapter 1772, Acting City Lord. Lucky Old Cat. After Shifeng entered the City Hall, he noticed that quite a few Hecate members stood at the front desk to pick up city quests. It was evident that Hecate had no intention of giving up on Cold Wind City and was preparing to compete for the city's authority once again. The guild had even picked up 2 of the top 5 most difficult contribution quests available. There were many contribution quests available in Cold Wind City, but they were all very difficult and could not be completed by ordinary experts. As for the top 10 most difficult contribution quests, each of them could rival epic quests. After completing these epic contribution quests, one would acquire roughly 50 city contribution points. Each of the top 5 contribution quests awarded 100 CCPs or more. In addition, players had to pay a hefty deposit when picking up these contribution quests. In the case of the top 5 contribution quests, the deposit was 500 gold plus 5,000 magic crystals. If players failed to complete the quest, they wouldn't get their deposit back. Yet, Hecate had picked up 2 of the top 5 quests at the same time. 1,000 gold might not be much for a first-rate guild like Hecate, but 10,000 magic crystals was no small amount. After all, the Ice Crystal World was an otherworld that had low production of magic crystals. However, Shifeng did not give the matter much thought as he followed the NPC senior administrator straight to the office of Cold Wind City's magistrate to receive a portion of authority over the city. Bookshelves filled with books lined the peaceful office's walls. Currently, a young man in noble garb sat behind a desk, reading through some documents. Upon seeing Shifeng, the youth set aside his work. This youth was none other than Frot, Cold Wind City's magistrate and a level 180, Tier 4 Sky Knight. It was very rare for one to become a Tier 4 Sky Knight at such a young age, so it was clear how much talent and potential Frot had. "Adventurer, you're here," Frot said as he looked at Shifeng. "Greetings, Lord Magistrate. I have come here today as a representative of the Asura adventurer team. I wish to become the acting city lord and help contribute to Cold Wind City," Shifeng respectfully declared. "I have heard of your deeds. Your Asura adventurer team is quite capable. You have opened the snow ruin that has been sealed for many years and the path to other cities. If your adventurer team possesses such strength, I believe that letting you manage Cold Wind City should be a wise decision," Frot said, nodding in approval after observing Shifeng for a moment. He then took a silver token from one of his desk's drawers, placing the eagle-shaped token on the table and said, "This is the Acting City Lord's token. With this, you'll command a portion of authority over Cold Wind City. However, I must warn you that if someone more capable comes to me, I will take the token back and give it to that person. Hopefully, you will utilize this token properly and help Cold Wind City develop." Saying so, Frot passed Shifeng the acting city lord's token. Upon receiving the token, triumph filled Shifeng's heart. With this token, he would be considered Cold Wind City's ruler and possess advanced authority over the city. He could now turn the entire city into the Asura adventurer team's headquarters. After becoming the acting city lord, he would gain access to several empty plots of land in Cold Wind City's central district. These plots were specifically reserved for the acting city lord to build advanced constructions, such as advanced smithies, advanced restaurants, advanced shops, and advanced magic stores. Advanced shops, in particular, could even be used to host large-scale auctions, in which more than just players could participate. NPCs would be able to auction items as well. Only, these large-scale auctions could only be hosted once a week. In addition, becoming an acting city lord granted him the authority to construct a teleportation plaza in the central district. He could establish teleportation gates that transported players to Cold Wind City's border fortresses. These border fortresses were very far from Cold Wind City itself, and most of them occupied level 60+ high resource maps. These maps contained many resources unique to the Ice Crystal world. However, if players tried to reach these border fortresses on foot, they would have to pass through multiple level 90 or above maps. Aside from the extreme danger, the journey was very time-consuming. Hence, traveling there via teleportation gate was the best option. The acting city lord managed these teleportation gates, and both the teleportation fees and the currency used would be left to their discretion. Of course, the system would impose a maximum and minimum amount. Meanwhile, the acting city lord would receive 20% of the income from the teleportation gates. This was the greatest benefit of being an acting city lord. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng headed to a VIP lounge on the city hall's second floor and began to discuss the teleportation gates construction with the NPC senior administrator. The sooner he built the teleportation gates, the more the Asura adventurer team would benefit. My lord, this is the information on the teleportation gates you have requested. From small to large teleportation gates, everything is on this list, the senior administrator said as he handed Shifeng a list of available teleportation gates. How expensive! It's no wonder why the guilds that had taken control over otherworld NPC cities in the past hadn't constructed teleportation gates early on. Shifeng was utterly astonished as he read the construction costs. Just constructing a small teleportation gate cost 10,000 gold and 80,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, a small teleportation gate only allowed travel to 3 fortresses and would only teleport a maximum of 50 people at a time. Meanwhile, a medium teleportation gate cost 20,000 gold and 200,000 magic crystals to construct. It allowed teleportation to 6 fortresses, with each teleportation transporting a maximum of 100 people. Though, the mana cost for each teleportation was the same as the small teleportation gate. In other words, a medium teleportation gate could generate more profit. As for the large teleportation gate, it cost 40,000 gold and 300,000 magic crystals to build. It allowed teleportation to 10 fortresses, and each teleportation could carry up to 200 people. Similarly, the teleportation cost of the large teleportation gate was equal to that of the small teleportation gate. Of course, since a teleportation gate would be very beneficial to Cold Wind City's development, it would also award Shifeng a considerable number of city contribution points. He wouldn't just be spending his coins and magic crystals to allow his successors to take advantage of his effort. Building certain advanced constructions would award CCPs as well. Only, the amount varied depending on the type of construction. This was also the reason that once a player became an acting city lord, it was very difficult for others to surpass them. My lord, as you are the first adventurer to be chosen as the acting city lord, we can offer you 2 special teleportation gates. Here is the information for these gates, the senior administrator said as he passed 2 more lists to Shifeng. Once you have made your decision, you may notify me at any time. Of the 2 new lists the senior administrator had provided, both recorded information on small teleportation gates. However, unlike the normal version, these 2 gates each had an additional function. The first gate allowed teleportation to 4 border fortresses, but the construction price was 10,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. As for the second gate, it still only allowed teleportation to 3 border fortresses, but it also included teleportation to the main hall of the Snow Rift's Snow Ruin. Like the first gate, its construction price was 10,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. How fraudulent! 1 additional teleportation point increases the cost by 20,000 magic crystals. Shifeng could not help but inwardly curse at the system as he read the list. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found this pricing to be reasonable. After all, these options were only offered to the first acting city lord. The next acting city lord wouldn't have this benefit. He then said, I wish to construct a teleportation gate that is connected to the Snow Ruin. While having the connection to an additional border fortress was valuable, he could gain more benefits in the short term if he allowed teleportation to the Snow Ruin. After all, teleporting between the Snow Rift and Cold Wind City would be helpful to players who wanted to venture to other cities. This was especially true for the Asura adventurer team. Furthermore, it would be some time before players could grind in the maps around the border fortresses. After saying so, Shifeng took out the magic crystals he earned from selling ice resistance gemstones. While he had been away in the snow ruin, he had sold another 16,000 ice resistance gemstones and earned 110,000 magic crystals. Although the magic crystals he had weren't enough to construct a medium teleportation gate, constructing a small teleportation gate shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 1773, Unifying Cold Wind City. Inside the quiet VIP lounge. After Shifeng paid the 10,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals, a magic barrier formed in Cold Wind City's central plaza. Players caught within the barrier were immediately teleported out of the central plaza. What's going on? Why can't anyone get into the central plaza? Is that even possible? It's true. I can't get into the central plaza. I can't even see what's going on inside. The players standing around the pitch-black barrier that had enveloped the central plaza could not help their growing curiosity about the new development. A short moment later, every player in Cold Wind City heard the ring of a system announcement. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement: the Asura Adventurer team has constructed a teleportation gate in the central plaza. Players can now use the teleportation gate to travel to the connected border fortresses. More detailed information will be posted on the Central Plaza's notice board. The system announcement repeated 3 times. What's going on? A teleportation gate? We can actually teleport to other regions now. That doesn't seem to be the case. Anyone over at the Central Plaza right now? Mind updating us on the situation? I just read the notice. The Asura Adventurer team is amazing. The new teleportation gate Asura has constructed allows us to teleport to 2 level 60+ maps. Moreover, this teleportation gate is linked to the Snow Ruin. If we want to explore the Snow Rift or Snow Ruin, we can just teleport there now. We won't have to run all the way anymore. Damn! Doesn't that mean it'll become much easier to travel and grind there now? For a time, Cold Wind City's independent players excitedly celebrated the new construction. To them, players who were doomed to live long-term in Cold Wind City, nothing could be more troublesome than physically traveling to maps. Practically half their time in the game was spent on travel. Now that there was a teleportation gate that could send them to the Snow Rift directly, they could spend more time grinding. This, in turn, would increase their leveling speed. In contrast to the independent players' reactions, the upper echelons from the city's various guilds wore gloomy expressions when they heard the news. Independent players might not have a clear idea of what kind of authority an acting city lord possessed, but this information was not foreign to the various guilds. It took only a little investigation to find out. The various guilds had believed that they still had a chance of wresting the position of acting city lord away from Asura within the next month, but now, their hopes had been dashed. The Asura Adventurer team was invincible in Cold Wind City. The teleportation gate's activation meant that Asura could start collecting teleportation fees and earn a massive amount of income. With these funds, Asura could commission more advanced constructions and earn more city contribution points. Meanwhile, their guilds would hold less influence in Cold Wind City as time went on. From now on, the Asura Adventurer team would make the rules in Cold Wind City. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Vice Heaven, who occupied the Snow Ruin's first upper floor hall, turned to Carnage when he saw the latest system announcement. Now that Asura had built a teleportation gate, Hecate would have a very difficult time trying to compete with Asura even if it completed several epic contribution quests. Interesting. It seems that I have underestimated Asura's commander, Carnage said, smiling. However, if Asura thinks it can compete with Hecate just because it has secured Cold Wind City, then it has made a massive mistake. Notify the vultures and have them take action. Have the vultures take action? Vast Heaven's eyes sparkled upon hearing the order. I'll notify them right away. In one of the city hall's VIP lounge. Once Shifeng had paid the construction fee, the senior administrator, Merkhans, gave Shifeng a detailed form relating to the small teleportation gate to fill out. The form would allow Shifeng to decide the teleportation's pricing and ranking systems. In God's domain, the smaller a teleportation gate was, the greater its operating cost would be and vice versa. Hence, the system had determined that the minimum teleportation fee for traveling to the snow ruin was 1 silver, 50 copper, and its maximum could be set to 5 silver. In the end, Shifeng had decided to set the teleportation fee for the snow ruin at 2 silver. While this price might be a little high for current ordinary players, it was affordable for elite players. With the amount of time players could save, they could easily earn back the 2 silver and more. As for the ranking system, Shifeng had settled on 3 ranks: Basic, Silver, and Gold. At the Basic rank, players would not receive any discounts when using the teleportation gate, players at the Silver rank received a 10% discount, and players at the Gold rank received a 20% discount. At the Gold rank, players only needed to pay 1 silver, 60 copper to use the teleportation gate, which was only 10 copper more than the minimum price. For the Adventurer Alliance, members would enjoy access to Silver rank discount when using the teleportation gate as long as they reached Silver rank in the Alliance, and Gold ranked members would enjoy the Gold rank discount when teleporting. In the Asura Adventurer team, elite members would get access to the Silver rank discount, while core members could use the Gold rank discount. After this rule was set, not only would it tempt more of Cold Wind City's players to join the Adventurer Alliance, but they'd also contribute more to the Alliance to raise their ranks. After all, the teleportation gate was an incredible convenience for players. Players would use the teleportation gate frequently since just traveling to a nearby map like the Snow Rift would save them 20 to 40 copper, depending on their rank in the Adventurer Alliance. As for teleporting to the 3 border fortresses, which were even further away from Cold Wind City, players would be able to save even more money. In the long term, the 10% to 20% discount would save players a huge amount of money. At that time, the Adventurer Alliance's development in Cold Wind City would skyrocket. When Shifeng finished with the teleportation gate, he left the city hall and returned to Asura's residence. Constructing the teleportation gate was only a small matter to Shifeng. He still had much larger problems, which were his original purpose for visiting the Ice Crystal World, collecting soul-dissolving flowers. Despite exhausting all options, he had only collected 6 soul-dissolving flowers thus far. He was still far from reaching his goal of 20 stalks. Moreover, he had been in the Ice Crystal World for such a long time already. This meant that he had already obtained all of the available soul-dissolving flowers in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't be able to acquire more within a short time. If he wanted to acquire the 20 soul-dissolving flowers quickly and complete the Philosopher's Hand quest, he had to visit the Ice Crystal World's other cities. Upon entering the courtyard of Asura's residence, Shifeng was greeted by the sight of many high-spirited players. When these Asura members noticed Shifeng's return, they promptly greeted him with joy and respect. "Commander, you're back." "Greetings, Commander." Seeing a crowd rapidly form around him, Shifeng did not dare to tarry. After responding with a few nods, he sped into the residence. "Commander, I've gathered the people you asked for. Aside from 500 experts from our Asura Adventurer team, we've also selected 200 advanced lifestyle players from the Adventurer Alliance. We have a total of 700 players ready to depart," Yenya said as she gestured to the rows of players in the lobby. Smiling, she continued, "Even if we visit another NPC city, we won't be much weaker than its well-known adventurer teams." It was not easy for guilds and adventurer teams to secure a foothold in other NPC cities since they had to compete with the local guilds and adventurer teams. However, with 500 expert players, the Asura adventurer team should be capable of contending with a large-scale adventurer team with around 2,000 or 3,000 members. Including the 200 advanced lifestyle players, even if Asura's new branch couldn't trade with the local guilds or adventurer teams for any good equipment, it could produce its own high-quality equipment using the materials it earned from killing monsters. Moreover, as long as this first deployment endured, the Asura adventurer team could send reinforcements from Cold Wind City. Fortunately, I've grown quite a bit stronger recently and got myself a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met the conditions to take part in the expansion expedition. Now, I'll get to fight alongside the commander in another city. I know, right? We're even earning 50% bonus contribution value for this expedition. We'll also earn 15% more points. By the time the others visit the new city, we might have already reached bronze rank in the alliance. When the team members saw Shifeng, they chatted quietly amongst themselves. Good. Since everyone's here, let's move out, Shifeng said after glancing at everyone's excited expressions. He then led the group to the central plaza. Chapter 1774, Initial Appearance in a Foreign Region. Lucky Old Cat. Since NPCs were in charge of building the teleportation gate at the central plaza, after Shifeng paid the necessary fees, construction took less than 10 minutes. As the pitch-black barrier enveloping the central plaza disappeared, a 6-meter-tall stone gate inside came into view. The ground around the gate had all sorts of divine runes and magic arrays carved into it, which increased the mana density at the central plaza slightly. Currently, a large number of players had gathered around the central plaza, their eyes filled with interest as they looked at the teleportation gate. Some adventurer teams couldn't hold back their curiosity and directly teleported to the 3 border fortresses the teleportation gate connected to. When Shifeng's expedition team arrived at the central plaza, it immediately attracted the attention of every player there. Now that Asura had become the master of Cold Wind City, no power in Cold Wind City dared oppose the adventurer team anymore. Only those seeking to halt their development in Cold Wind City would go against Asura now. Following Shifeng's arrangement, Asura's expedition team started teleporting to the snow ruin in batches. What's Asura trying to do with so many players? Didn't you see that they teleported to the snow ruin? Moreover, there are quite a few low-leveled lifestyle players in the team. I guess that they plan to develop in another region city. Crap. Asura is too amazing. It's already trying to expand to another city. With this, the guilds of Cold Wind City will fall even further behind Asura. I know, right? I heard that some of the smaller guilds have already disbanded in order to join the Asura adventurer team. Asura's recruitment standard is very high. Although I've reached the trial tower's 4th floor already, I was still deemed too weak when I tried applying. Right now, I can only slowly improve my ranking in the Adventurer Alliance. While the bystanders at the central plaza were discussing the Asura adventurer team, Shifeng's group had arrived at the Snow Ruins main hall. Once everyone was present, Shifeng used the hero's key and teleported 500 players to the other end of the primordial teleportation magic array. As for everyone else, they teleported there using the teleportation entry permit. When everyone opened their eyes again, they had already arrived inside an abandoned shrine. The shrine was so dilapidated that snowy white clouds peeked through the many holes in the roof. Meanwhile, this shrine was located at the other end of the snow rift. System, congratulations. You have arrived in the Frozen City region. We made it over, just like that. When everyone heard the system notification, they had a sense of unreality. It felt as if they were still in the Cold Wind City region. Alright, everyone, get ready. We're setting out for Frozen City. Shifeng commanded. Although they had teleported to another region, they were still inside the snow rift, which remained a forbidden land for players. Needless to say, there were definitely plenty of monsters here. However, before the expedition team even got 1,000 yards away from the abandoned shrine, a group of players suddenly surged out from the snow-capped forest on both sides of the team. Very quickly, these new arrivals not only blocked off the expedition team's path of advance but also formed an encirclement around the team. With a glance, Shifeng and the others could easily tell that this group of new arrivals comprised at least 30,000 players, every one of them wearing Hecate's guild emblem. From the sneers and killing intent these Hecate members displayed, these guild players obviously held bad intentions towards them. Before Shifeng and the others could do anything, the sky above them suddenly darkened. A moment later, everyone in Asura's team gained a debuff that prevented them from using teleportation tools and teleportation skills for 3 hours. The Tier 3 Magic Scroll War Blockade? Shifeng could not help but frown as he looked at the debuff on him. Commander, this is bad. They clearly came prepared. Right now, We can't even use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to leave this place, Yenya said, an ugly expression on her face as she looked at the Hecate members surrounding them. Their opponent outnumbered them by too much. Moreover, these Hecate members were all very well equipped. Even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 50 mysterious iron rank. As for their levels, they were all at least level 53. Quite a few of them also radiated a chilling aura. These players were evidently experts that had fought on many battlefields. Most likely, they were not the slightest bit weaker than herself and the other tier 2 experts of Asura. Meanwhile, the 20+ players standing at the forefront of the guild's lineup even felt lethal to Yenya. As Hecate's army drew closer, Asura's members grew anxious. At this time, a berserker clad in dark blue armor walked out from Hecate's army. Looking at Shirfeng and the others, the berserker laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Aren't you people from Asura very amazing? Why are you getting afraid now? This berserker was none other than Vast Heaven. It is normal for them to be afraid. After all, we have a total of 40,000 elites and experts gathered here. What could they possibly do with their measly 700 players, said a slim man clad in dark grey mage robes, standing beside Vast Heaven, chuckling. However, the vice guild leader sure has a high opinion of them to have actually sent so many of us here to stop them. The 11 tier 2 players standing beside him nodded in agreement with the grey-robed man's words. The vice guild leader has told me to remind you all to be careful of Asura's commander. That man is very strong, Vast Heaven said as he fixed his gaze on Shirfeng. That person is Asura's commander. He doesn't look like much at all. Regardless, since the vice guild leader has already said so, leave that person to us. We'll leave the small fries to you, the slim man said as he glanced at Shirfeng, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Blade, I'll attack first later on. You ambush him from the side. We'll give this brat a taste of what it feels to be utterly helpless. Sure. The level 55, tier 2 assassin standing beside the slim man replied indifferently before disappearing from where he stood. Alright, I'll go deal with those small fries, Vast Heaven said, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he watched the tier 2 elementalist and tier 2 assassin moving out. The tier 2 elementalist walking straight towards Shirfeng and the tier 2 assassin that just disappeared were both part of the 12 heavens. They also ranked number 1 in their respective classes in Hecate. The elementalist was Cold Brew while the assassin was Blade Hand. Either of them could defeat him easily. Working together would amplify the combat power they could display by multiple times, hence, instantly killing a tier 2 player would be child's play for them. At this point, Hecate's other members had also started slowly closing in on Asura's members. Facing such a force, even Yenya, who was a tier 2 player, could not help but gulp. As for the other experts of Asura, they were already breaking out in a cold sweat. After all, this was the first time they were going up against such a massive force. Resisting the horrific aura and pressure Hecate's army projected was deeply ingrained, yet in such a situation, they could only watch the guild players draw near. We're doomed. Hecate is too ruthless. We have only 700 people on our side, yet they actually dispatched so many elite and expert players to deal with us. The members of Asura's expedition team panicked as Hecate's members closed in on them. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Cold Brew smiled as he looked at Shirfeng. He then chuckled and said, "You guys were pretty good at the snow ruin before, to have actually claimed the hero mode's first clear and snatched our guild's Cold Wind City. It's a pity that, instead of meekly staying and ruling that backwater city of yours, you even dared to come running over to this place. Well? Tell me how you want to die." Everyone relied on their own capabilities to struggle for Cold Wind City. Is there a need to call it snatching? Looking at Cold Brew slowly approaching him, Shirfeng smiled and said, "Moreover, in Cold Wind City, it was clearly you guys that started attacking us first. During this time, you people from Hecate have even ambushed and killed over 400 members of our adventurer team, causing us to suffer severe losses. Today, I'll use this opportunity to claim full compensation from you." Ha ha ha. You want to take revenge on us? Cold Brew laughed loudly. Our guild had countless enemies. Unfortunately, we annihilated every one of them in the end. How will your Asura adventurer team take revenge on us? As soon as Cold Brew said so, the large group of experts behind him sprang into action. Like a pack of fierce tigers, they surged towards Asura's members. We'll take revenge like this. Shifeng replied, plucking a scroll and the evil god's eye from his bag. He then unfurled the Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll Purgatory Flames and used the evil god's eye's world power on it. Burn! Purgatory Flames. Chapter 1775, Nightmares Beginning. In the Narrow Valley. As Shifeng completed the Tier 3 magic scroll's incantation, 3 crimson magic arrays appeared beneath and circled Shifeng's feet. Immediately after, the ground started to tremble, extending forward and away from Shifeng. Even Hecate's members, who stood over 50 yards away, felt the intense quaking. Damn it! It's a large-scale destruction spell. Everyone, dodge! Cold Brew panicked when he noticed a torrent of mana surge toward Shifeng. However, the magic scroll Shifeng had used had a very short channeling time. By the time Hecate's members had noticed it, the 3 crimson magic arrays formation had completed. In the next moment, a gigantic, flaming phoenix, with a wingspan of easily over 100 meters, appeared above Shifeng. The heat the phoenix radiated melted the snow around it. Boom! With a screech, the phoenix flapped its wings once and disappeared, sundering the space it had occupied. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix arrived before Hecate's army. Seeing the approaching avian, horror flashed on the faces of Hecate's members. At the same time, thoughts of escape flooded their minds. However, compared to the phoenix's speed, Hecate's members were little more than snails. Wherever the phoenix passed, a sea of fire followed. When Vast Heaven, who led the charge against Asura's members, saw the flames, his eyes widened in shock. With a frustrated gaze, he turned towards Shifeng as the fire devoured him, his HP falling to 0 instantly as his body turned to ash. After Vast Heaven disappeared, an item took his place. If these flames even killed a Tier 2 player like Vast Heaven upon contact, Hecate's Tier 1 players didn't have a chance of survival. Agonized screams echoed throughout the valley. Asura! Cold Brew's expression darkened as he glared at the phoenix as it flew past him. Due to the valley's narrow terrain, the single attack had claimed more than 3,000 Hecate members. 4 of the 12 heavens, who weren't adept at protecting themselves, had died as well. The loss Hecate just suffered was egregious. Everyone, charge! Let's teach Hecate's members that if they target our adventurer team, they'll have to pay in blood. Shifeng commanded through the team chat as the phoenix disappeared. Asura will fully compensate you for any losses you suffer today. Against an army of 40,000 elite and expert players, even a 100-man, Tier 2 team would fall. After all, players had limited stamina. Furthermore, Hecate had come prepared for this ambush. The guild had all kinds of magic scrolls and tools for this battle. Even if the 100 Tier 2 experts could maneuver around the battlefield and dodge incoming attacks, some hits were bound to land. All these players could do was try to flee. Fighting was simply suicide. Originally, Purgatory Flames was an AoE spell that dealt fire damage to an area of 20 by 100 yards, but with World's Powers enhancement, its range had grown to 400 yards. It was just enough to open a path through Hecate's army. As long as they could break free from this encirclement, they would have a chance of survival. Right. At worst, we'll just die once. Isn't that just one piece of equipment? Let them have it. We follow the commander's orders. Nice. I've been itching for some payback. Hearing Shifeng's words, Asura's members burned with fighting spirit, their fear of Hecate vanishing. Good. Let's charge. As his team brimmed with fighting spirit, Shifeng nodded approvingly. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon to remove anyone in his way. He then followed after the demon. Kill. Kill these bastards from Hecate. Asura's members flowed into a defensive formation, with the experts around the perimeter and the lifestyle players in the center, and followed after their commander. When he saw Hecate's members start to fill the gap in their army's formation, Shurfeng used Flame Domain to reopen his path, instantly slaying another several hundred players. Do not let them escape. All ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Cold Brew shouted as Asura's members tried to escape. He then cast the Tier 2 spell, Frost Flame Bullet at Asura's members. Frost Flame Bullet had a very strong penetrating ability. Even if players blocked the spell with their weapons or shields, they would receive a significant amount of damage. The 8 Frost Flame bullets that appeared instantly killed 2 of Asura's experts that had stood along the edge of Asura's formation. The Hecate members who stood along the valley's sides began to launch their own attacks, raining spells and arrows down on Asura's members. Although Asura's members did their best to block these attacks, there were just too many, and some got past their defenses, plowing into these players. Asura's expedition team had lost over 30 players after a single intense bombardment from Hecate's players. The difference in strength was clear for all to see. As Hecate's members prepared to launch a second wave, Yenya displayed her strength. As a Tier 2 druid, her combat power might not be a match for other Tier 2 players, but when it came to defensive and healing capabilities, she was extremely powerful. Tier 2 spell, Song of the Forest. Suddenly, a light green dome with a 50-yard radius formed around Yenya. When Hecate's attacks entered the light green barrier, their power drastically decreased. In addition, the Asura members inside the barrier recovered 2% of their HP every second. Although it wasn't much, this helped to alleviate the burden on the other healers. Due to Song of the Forest, only a dozen or so Asura members died in the second wave of attacks. Seeing the spell's powerful effects, Cold Brew gnashed his teeth and retrieved a precious Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. He activated it, aiming for Asura's expedition team, but as the spell was about to take effect, Shurfeng blocked the attack by activating Absolute Domain. In the end, the spell failed to damage any of Asura's team. Shurfeng proceeded to slaughter Hecate's frontline. He dispatched every melee player that approached his team as fast as possible. He also activated Heavenly Dragon's power to enhance his combat power further. Thundering Flash, Lightning Edge, Shadow Blade. Aside from the players with powerful life-saving skills, the Tier 1 players that stood in Shurfeng's path couldn't last more than one hit against the swordsman. Like the Grim Reaper, Shurfeng harvested the lives of Hecate's members, one after another. To ensure that none of Hecate's members could get past him to target his allies, Shurfeng abandoned his defense. He focused on killing as many enemies as possible, taking some hits in the process. There was no lack of expert players among the Hecate members who charged at Shurfeng, and not only did these experts have incredible aim, but they also had an excellent grasp of timing. While Shurfeng focused on carving a path of blood, spells and arrows skillfully flew towards Shurfeng's blind spots to strike the swordsman. -2387. -1657. -1346. -2046. Seeing the damages above Shurfeng's heads, the attacking Hecate members gaped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Impossible. My attack only did a little over 1,000 damage. Is he even human? He received so many attacks, yet his HP has barely moved. Hecate's players were horrified as they watched Shurfeng take little to no damage from their ranged allies' attacks as they charged towards Asura's team. Shurfeng slew practically every player in his path with a single attack, and expert players were no exception. He easily maneuvered past their defenses, landing direct hits and killing them instantly. Only expert players that had activated a berserk skill had lasted a few more hits. In contrast, their attacks were little more than raindrops to this swordsman. Even after landing several dozen attacks, they had only managed to drop Shurfeng's HP to 80%. Meanwhile, Asura's healers only needed a split second to restore Shurfeng's HP to full. This was a nightmare. However, things were not looking so good for Asura's members either. Although Shurfeng easily held on, attacks from all sides bombarded his teammates, and they suffered one casualty after another. To make matters worse, more of Hecate's members were drawing near. Just before Hecate's melee unit reached Asura's members and surrounded them, a gigantic magic array appeared above the battlefield before a powerful force swept down from it. Under this force, Hecate's members felt their bodies grow heavy as their attributes and physiques started to wane. In contrast, Asura's members suddenly felt lighter, a surge of power flooding in their bodies. Even their minds cleared considerably. What's going on? Cold Brew could sense that the battlefield's mana density had increased, boosting Asura's attributes. Chapter 1776, Asura's Sword. Lucky Old Cat. After Shifeng spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection and Ring of Brilliance, the attributes of Asura's members increased, and those of Hecate's members decreased. The change immediately alleviated the pressure on Asura's members. Now, Asura's ranged members were able to repel Hecate's melee members with greater ease. Even when their attacks struck the enemy MT's shields, the impact pushed the MTs back, stopping their advance momentarily. After a single round of attacks from Asura's ranged members, the offensive formation of Hecate's MTs shattered. When the second round of attacks descended, over 30 Hecate MTs died. For a moment, Hecate's melee unit couldn't close the distance between itself and Asura's expedition team. Ha ha ha! The commander's move is awesome. With this, these bastards can't even come within melee range of us. The Asura members that had begun to despair felt their hopes rekindle. They might be able to cope with Hecate's ranged attacks by blocking and dodging, but if they allowed Hecate's melee members to come in close and personal, they would definitely be in a bind. If they were pinned down for too long, Hecate's ranged members would make quick work of them. Thanks to World Projection and Ring of Brilliance, Asura's advancement had increased considerably. Now, with the exception of Hecate's Tier 2 players, Asura's members held their ground against the incoming attacks. Hecate's Tier 1 players could no longer break their formation. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who opened a path for his team, was like a killing machine. Despite Shifeng having only advanced 1/4 of the way through Hecate's blockade, more than 400 players had died by his swords. In addition, Shifeng's Tier 3 demon disrupted Hecate's formation from time to time. This prevented Hecate's members from slowing Shifeng down, and Hecate's members could only watch as Shifeng made his way through their ranks. Blade, go, stop him with the vultures. We must not let these people get away. Cold Brew said, gnashing his teeth as he watched Shifeng plow through Hecate's army unhindered. Shifeng played a crucial part in this battle. If he hadn't torn a hole in their encirclement, Asura's members wouldn't have had a chance of breaking through. Moreover, too many Hecate members had died at Shifeng's hands. Shifeng left only corpses in his wake. If they did not remove the man from the battle now, they would suffer immense losses. Got it. Blade Hand, who had hidden a short distance away from Asura's expedition team, replied through the team chat. He then led the 6 assassins around him and snuck toward Shifeng. The Vultures was a party of assassins Hecate had specifically nurtured to eliminate important figures in other large guilds. The Vultures had successfully assassinated the upper echelons of super first-rate guilds in the past. When the Vultures were within 30 yards of Shifeng, the 6 assassins each took a magic array scroll from their bags. When they were within 25 yards, they used shadow steps and instantly appeared beside Shifeng. Seal. The Vultures moved extremely quickly and simultaneously unfurled the magic array scrolls in their hands. However, Shifeng's response was also swift. He instantly knew what these newcomers intended to do. Immediately, he began brandishing his swords. Swords orbit. Dazzling stars bombarded the 6 assassins, one after another. With both hands occupied, the Vultures couldn't defend themselves. Hence, they promptly activated wind steps, utilizing the brief invulnerability the skill provided to block Shifeng's strikes while they continued to activate their magic array scrolls. Suddenly, a magic array formed beneath Shifeng's feet. He then felt a powerful gravitational pull as chains emerged from the magic array and wrapped around his body, reducing his basic attributes, movement speed, and attack speed by 60%. Moreover, a magic barrier formed around him, Blade Hand, and the vultures, sealing them off from the outside world. No attack spells or healing spells would be able to get through this barrier. Die! Blade Hand appeared behind Sherfong, slashing his 2 daggers at the swordsman while he activated his berserk skill. Similarly, the 6 vultures activated their berserk skills and used Absolute Strike, the assassin class's strongest Tier 1 skill. Since the attacks had been launched from such a close range and Sherfeng's attributes and speed had been drastically reduced, he couldn't defend himself in time. As a result, all 7 attacks hit their mark at the same time. Commander. Anxiety and concern overwhelmed Yenya as she watched Sherfong take the hits. Facing 1 Tier 2 assassin and 6 Tier 1 assassins with activated berserk skills, even Sherfong, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, would likely fall. He's finally dead. Cold Brew could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the attack strike Sherfong. With Sherfong dead, the remaining members of Asura were fish on the chopping block. Moreover, the fact that they had killed Sherfong, the Asura adventurer team's commander, more or less justified the large number of casualties they had suffered. However, unlike Cold Brew, the vultures and Blade Hand, who were inside the magic array, expressed neither joy nor relief. Instead, they stared at Sherfong with grim expressions. This was because their weapons had not struck Sherfong at all. Rather, a translucent barrier enveloping Sherfeng's body had stopped their weapons. What a powerful assassination technique. For a moment, even I thought I was dead meat. After glancing at his 7 tense assailants, Sherfong took a look at the void shield he had activated. His void shield had already lost more than 30% of its energy. If he had failed to activate the barrier in time, he definitely would have died. It's only a protective shield. I refuse to believe it can last forever. After recovering from his shock, Blade Hand altered his dagger's trajectory and launched another attack. Similarly, the 6 vultures launched their own assault. The 7 assassins remained cold and unmoving as they attacked Sherfeng's protective shield in a frenzy, disregarding any cost. While inside the magic array, their basic attributes surpassed Sherfeng's. They were also faster than the swordsman. Meanwhile, skills that generated protective shields could only absorb a limited amount of damage. As long as they broke through the protective shield, Sherfeng would die all the same. Daggers and short swords rapidly struck Sherfeng's void shield. Dang! 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 Sherfeng executed Sword's Orbit to defend himself, but each time he blocked an attack, his arms would tremble slightly. In terms of strength, he was no match for the 7 assassins. Meanwhile, the assassins' coordination prevented him from blocking all of their attacks. As a result, his void shield's energy continued to deplete. 60%. 50%. 30%. While Void Shield's energy drained, the expedition team's situation had taken a turn for the worst. Since Asura's members had halted their advance for a time, Hecate's members were able to land more attacks. As a result, Asura lost members rapidly. Seeing this, Sherfeng could not help but sigh. Immediately, he activated Blade Liberation, his aura's intensity skyrocketing. The instant Blade Hand and the vultures came into contact with Sherfeng's killing ray, they felt their arms go numb. The impact sent them flying and crashing into the magic barrier, which rippled under the force. How did he recover his strength? Blade Hand's expression darkened further as he watched Sherfeng, who stood proudly in the center of the magic barrier. He could not understand how Sherfeng's attributes had increased by such a large margin. However, Sherfeng had no intention of giving Blade Hand's group any time to think as he took the initiative to attack. Dang! 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 Sherfeng's attack speed was so high that even Tier 2 players had a hard time keeping up with his swords. Although Blade Hand and the vultures were assassins, not even they were a match for this swordsman's speed. They had to rely on their instincts to block Sherfeng's swords. The 7 assassins knew that they were pushing themselves to their limits. Yet, every time their daggers or short swords came into contact with Sherfeng's swords, an intense feedback coursed through their arms. The resulting impact was so powerful that they were even forced to retreat by several steps. Eventually, they could no longer keep up and were forced to use Vanish, temporarily negating Shifang's attacks. Using the brief invulnerability, they launched a suicidal attack. The reckless assault instantly shattered Shifang's void shield and slightly lowered his HP. Seeing that they had finally dealt damage, Blade Hand and the vultures regained a little hope. Immediately, the 7 assassins disregarded defense and launched another reckless assault. However, just as their attacks were about to strike Shifang, their targets split into 2 identical copies. Phantom kill. Blade Hand and the vultures were dumbfounded, but since their brief invulnerability was still active, they thrust their blades at the 2 copies. However, with the 7 assassins' attacks divided and the fact that Shifang had an absurd amount of HP and defense, the assassins failed to kill either of Shifang's copies. When the 7 assassins' temporary invulnerability ended, Shifang and his doppelganger simultaneously activated Shadow Blade, sending 20 strikes flying at the assassins. There was little space for players to move around inside the magic barrier, and as a result, 5 of the 7 assassins were killed instantly. Shifang and his doppelganger then executed Purgatory Pentaslash, each bombarding the 2 remaining assassins with 5 slashes. The power of each slash grew stronger than the last, and by the time Shifang and his doppelganger landed their 5th hit, their opponents were paralyzed. Suddenly, a streak of blue light cut down Blade Hand and the last vulture. This time, the 2 assassins were powerless. When the streak of light cut through the 2 assassins' leather armor, both were thrown into the magic barrier, staring with widened eyes as they died. They simply could not bring themselves to believe that some commander of a measly adventurer team had turned the tables on Hecate's vultures, who were powerful enough to make the various large guilds tremble with fear. Although Blade Hand wanted to say something, his HP had reached 0. His vision faded to black as his body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, leaving behind a piece of equipment shortly after. The magic barrier around Shifang shattered and vanished. Chapter 1777, Scourge. Lucky Old Cat. Along with the magic barrier's disappearance, Hecate's members, who were slowly closing in on Asura's members, could not help being stunned. Everyone in Hecate knew of the vultures. The group was second only to the guild's pride, the 12 Heavens, in terms of strength. When it came to fame, the vultures were far more renowned than the 12 Heavens because the vultures had killed many people in the upper echelons of first-rate guilds before and even someone in the upper echelon of a super first-rate guild. Moreover, Blade Hand, Hecate's #1 assassin, had even led the assault on Shifang this time. Yet, after fighting for just a little over 10 seconds, all 7 of the vultures actually got killed. He's not dead, even after all that? A hint of fear flashed across Cold Brew's eyes as he watched Shifang collect the items dropped by Blade Hand and the vultures. Although he had long since known that Shifang was very strong, he hadn't thought the swordsman was this strong. Gritting his teeth, Cold Brew immediately commanded, "Everyone nearby, listen up. Stop Asura's commander at all costs. He has already used up all his trump cards. We cannot let him get away, no matter what. I will reward 4 pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment or 1 level 50 dark gold weapon to whoever manages to kill him." With such strength, if they allowed Shifang to develop freely, he would undoubtedly become a scourge on Hecate in the future. Only by killing Shifang once now and damaging his vigor would they be able to disrupt Shifang's development. Moreover, it wasn't very easy to hunt down and encircle players out in the field. They had succeeded this time only because Shifang had not been prepared. After today, they definitely wouldn't find another good opportunity like this to strike at Shifang in the future. Anyhow, the sudden boost in Shifang's attributes definitely wouldn't last long. Once they outlasted its duration, victory would be theirs for the taking. Kill. Meanwhile, when Hecate's members heard the reward Cold Brew was offering, their eyes promptly turned bloodshot. The guild had precious few level 50 fine gold weapons, much less level 50 dark gold weapons. If they could get their hands on one, it would definitely boost their combat power significantly. Following which, the Hecate members that were previously drawing closer to Asura's members suddenly changed course for Shifang. dozens of melee players swarmed Shifeng simultaneously. Spells and skills also flew at him one after another. Seeing this, Shifeng swung Killing Ray lightly. Summon lightning. Suddenly, with Shifeng as the center, countless streaks of lightning spread out into his surroundings. As he was still under the effects of twofold berserk, every player that came into contact with the lightning strikes were killed, their bodies becoming piles of ash on the ground. Before the might of this attack, Hecate's members, who were fired up with bloodlust, instantly cooled down, their charge coming to an abrupt halt. Sure enough, there are still too many people. Shifeng paid no attention to the Hecate members that had stopped approaching him. Instead, he shifted his gaze to his teammates, who were currently fighting a heated battle. Although the Ring of Gospel's skills had helped Asura's members significantly, the disadvantage in numbers was simply too massive. Now, less than half of the Asura expedition team remained alive. Shifeng then turned to look at the snow-capped forest a little over 1,000 yards away. I have no choice but to try. Just as Cold Brew had expected, Shifeng was already running on fumes right now. Twofold Berserk was his final trump card. Once he activated it, either his enemies died or he did. If he could get his team into the forest and utilize the terrain, hiding would be a snap. At that time, Hecate's members would no longer be able to surround them easily. Following which, Shifeng used his final trump card, Forbidden Domain. Suddenly, gray fog spread out from Shifeng's body and enveloped the path ahead of him, extending to the snow-capped forest. What's going on? Why can't I use my spells? That's not right. I can't even use my tools now. The Hecate members caught within Forbidden Domain quickly realized that something was wrong and panicked. After all, players relied mainly on skills and spells to do combat. Not being able to use these things was akin to a tiger that had lost both its teeth and claws. Most importantly, the healers could no longer heal themselves or their allies. Everyone, charge forward together with me. Upon seeing Hecate's members rattled, Shifeng quickly gave the order through the team chat and charged at the human wall before him. He then swung Killing Ray at the shields of the MTs blocking his way. With twofold berserk in effect, Shifeng was basically a humanoid monster. Just one attack was enough to send several MTs flying over a dozen yards away. Then, he followed up with Dragon Breath, tearing open the path that Hecate's members had refilled just recently. Although Hecate's members did their best to reorganize their formation, having been silenced, they were no different from paper before Shifeng. Every player that stood in his path would be sent flying before transforming into a streak of light and disappearing. Nobody could stop him at all. Asura's members became hot-blooded at the sight of Shifeng harvesting the lives of their enemies so effortlessly. They followed after him with renewed vigor. Although Hecate's members tried to prevent the adventurer team from advancing, the difference in combat power was simply too massive. Without any healing, Hecate's melee players fell quickly to Asura's members in just 2 or 3 moves. In the end, the guild players could only watch as the remains of Asura's expedition team entered the snow-capped forest. Boss Brew, Asura's members have escaped into the forest. Should we continue giving chase? A level 54 ranger asked as he looked at the nearby forest. No, we're retreating. The terrain inside the forest is too complex. Launching a search there will be too difficult. We might even get ambushed by them if we charge in recklessly, Cold Brew said, shaking his head. He then sent a fierce glance at the forest Shifeng had disappeared into as he said, we have plenty of time to deal with them in the future. Frozen City isn't a place they can easily survive in. Following which, Hecate's members all used their return scrolls and returned to Frozen City. Meanwhile, news of Hecate's failed encirclement soon entered the ears of the various guilds of Frozen City and set off quite a commotion among the upper echelons of these guilds. Many guilds in Frozen City even held emergency meetings over this matter. Ha ha ha. This Asura adventurer team sure is amazing. It actually managed to make Hecate eat a loss. This adventurer team is quite good. Have someone try to make contact with it. For a time, the various guilds of Frozen City did their best to find out more about the Asura adventurer team. Hecate was the ruling guild of Frozen City. Although the guild had yet to actually take control of the city, nobody in Frozen City dared to oppose the guild. Now that an adventurer team capable of inflicting such a huge loss on Hecate had appeared, how could the various guilds not feel shocked by this matter? Aside from Frozen City's guilds, the top-ranking adventurer teams of the city also obtained news of Hecate's failure through their own sources. A level 54 assassin suddenly entered one of Frozen City's high-class bars with hurried steps. "Commander, something big just happened." Hecate dispatched 40,000 elites and experts to ambush an adventurer team, the level 54 assassin announced as he took a seat in front of a middle-aged man, who was currently enjoying some wine in a corner of the bar. This middle-aged man was Brilliant Heaven, the commander of the Frost Lion adventurer team, Frozen City's second-best adventurer team. With great enthusiasm, the level 54 assassin continued, "What do you think the outcome was? What else could it be? With a force of 40,000 elites and experts, you can even wipe out some of the large guilds in Frozen City," Brilliant Heaven replied disinterestedly. "You guessed wrong. Hecate failed. I also heard that Hecate lost several thousand members as well," the level 54 assassin said, shaking his head. "Several thousand? Which adventurer team did Hecate target? Even White Soul, the current #1 adventurer team, doesn't have this kind of capability." Brilliant Heaven could not help but be surprised by the assassin's words. "No. Based on some insider information from Hecate, it seems this adventurer team came from another region," the level 54 assassin said. "Another region? What's it called? How many people did they send over?" "Several tens of thousands." Brilliant Heaven's curiosity was now piqued despite himself. "It seems the adventurer team is called Asura, and it sent roughly 700 people over this time," the level 54 assassin said after taking another look at the message he received previously. "Moreover, I heard that Asura's commander killed the vultures and Blade Hand all by himself." 700? And their commander killed the vultures and Blade Hand by himself? Upon hearing the assassin's words, Brilliant Heaven could not help wondering whether the assassin was drunk. However, the assassin had spoken very clearly and seriously. "If that is true, then I'm afraid Frozen City will soon have a new ruler." Chapter 1778, Famous. _Lucky Old Cat. After Sherfone got his team away from Hecate, he split the surviving Asura members into small groups and had them enter Frozen City while wearing cloaks, to start collecting information regarding the city. As for Sherfone himself, he and Yenya made their way straight to Frozen City's City Hall. "Commander, this city is flourishing. It can already rival the capitals of kingdoms back on the continent of God's domain." Yenya was very surprised as she looked at the street outside through the advanced horse carriage's windows. As they made their way to the City Hall, she saw plenty of players hawking their wares on the sidewalks. Unlike Cold Wind City, though, the majority of these hawkers were lifestyle players. These players sold level 50 weapons and equipment, and the weakest piece of equipment was bronze rank, while the better ones were even secret silver rank. Such a scene could not be found in Cold Wind City. Also, plenty of player-operated shops lined the streets. Frozen City's prosperity could definitely rival that of a kingdom's capital. Moreover, compared to the level and equipment standard of Cold Wind City's players, the players here were obviously superior. Most of the players on the street were level 52 and were fully geared in level 50 mysterious iron equipment. There were also quite a few level 53 experts sporting multiple pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. Yenya even spotted some independent players in level 50 fine gold equipment. This place is indeed developed. If comparing purely in terms of lifestyle player standards, Frozen City is far superior to the capitals of kingdoms. As Sherfone looked at the lifestyle players on the sidewalks, he discovered that these lifestyle players were not wearing any guild emblems. Despite not being a member of a guild, they were capable of producing level 50 secret silver equipment. The forging standard of the lifestyle players in Frozen City was much higher than that of the lifestyle players on the main continent. For example, inside Star Moon Kingdom, only the lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm could produce level 50 secret silver equipment at a feasible cost. By the looks of it, Frozen City should be one of the Ice Crystal World's main cities. Main city? Yenya repeated. This was her first time hearing this term. That's right, a main city. You can think of other worlds as a kingdom or an empire. Although other worlds have not been unified, some cities are the counterparts of kingdom capitals and imperial capitals. These cities are known as main cities. They function as an intersection for neighboring regions. However, other worlds do not have only one main city. Depending on the size of an otherworld, it can have around 3 to 7 main cities. A city as large and as prosperous as Frozen City should be a main city, Shifeng explained. Based on the investigations Asura's members had conducted, Frozen City's player population exceeded 8 million, which was much higher than Cold Wind City's. In fact, Frozen City's player population exceeded even White River City's slightly, which was simply impossible for an ordinary city. In addition, Frozen City had opened a path to 2 other cities just a little while ago. At the same time, the Frozen City region had multiple maps leading to other regions. All this proved that Frozen City was a main city in the Ice Crystal world. Originally, Shifeng had expected to arrive at an ordinary city similar to Cold Wind City. He had never imagined that he would actually land himself in a main city. This came as a pleasant surprise. The importance of an otherworld main city was much greater than that of a kingdom capital or imperial capital on the continent of God's domain. The reason for this was access. Players in most ordinary cities in otherworlds had to transit a main city in order to travel to other ordinary cities. On the other hand, players on the continent of God's domain could teleport freely between cities belonging to the same kingdom or empire. Moreover, regions housing ordinary cities had access to only one main city. One could travel to other main cities only via the main city they were connected to. Due to these reasons, the main cities of otherworlds were very important. At the same time, the difficulty of taking control of a main city was also much greater. However, once players successfully seized control of a main city, they could monopolize a sizable portion of an otherworld's resources, which also made main cities prime targets for the various large guilds. Now that Shifeng had managed to arrive at Frozen City ahead of the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds, he had a much better chance of taking control of the city. After riding on the horse carriage for about 20 minutes, Shifeng and Yenya arrived at Frozen City's City Hall. Currently, merchant players crowded the main lobby. Some of these merchant players were standing before the front counter and browsing through the shops available for purchase in the city. Others were sitting in the lounge and chatting while waiting for their turn. Did you hear? Hecate ambushed an adventurer team in the Snow Rift just recently. In the end, however, not only did Hecate lose several thousand elite and expert players, but it even let nearly half of the adventurer team get away. Of course, I've heard about it. I also know that the targeted adventurer team is called Asura and that it's an adventurer team that came from Cold Wind City, a city that Hecate is trying to occupy. This Asura adventurer team sure is amazing. It actually managed to deal such a grievous blow to Hecate. I also heard that Asura's commander is an absolute monster that's 3 meters tall and has arms several times thicker than my thighs. He managed to wipe out the vultures and kill several thousand elite and expert members of Hecate all by himself. Even tier 2 experts are like tofu before him. What a monster. It's no wonder even the vultures got annihilated. Commander, they seem to be talking about you. Yenya, who overheard the conversation of some resting players, giggled as she sneaked a glance at Shifeng. Am I that gigantic? Shifeng could not help being flabbergasted by the conversation of these players. The rumors about him were growing increasingly ridiculous. Hecate's ambush this time had indeed dealt a severe blow to Asura's expedition team. However, Asura had also gained a considerable harvest from the ambush, and this harvest came in the form of free promotion. After all, Hecate had caused quite a commotion when it dispatched an army of 40,000 players to hunt a single adventurer team. The fact that the guild returned in failure only served to garner even more attention from the general populace. At this point, practically every player in Frozen City had heard about the Asura adventurer team already. After Shifeng arrived on the second floor hall of the city hall, he revealed his city protector title. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? An NPC senior administrator promptly walked over to greet Shifeng. I wish to purchase a plot of land in the city, Shifeng said. Alright, these are the available lands in our city right now, the senior administrator said as he took out a map of Frozen City. Green and red markers dotted the map, with the green markers signifying ownerless lands, and the red markers signifying owned lands. Looking at the city map, Shifeng could not help but smile. Sure enough, the lands around that street are still untouched, Shifeng thought as he looked at a section of the city that was all green. Labeled the Old City District, this section was located in the outer area of the city, and it would seem that nobody was interested in purchasing the lands there. After all this time since the launch of God's Domain, the important lands of NPC cities, whether on the main continent of God's Domain or in other worlds, had already been bought by the various guilds. No good locations would be left unclaimed. However, the NPC cities in other worlds were slightly different, particularly the old city districts of the main cities. In other worlds, only main cities had access to other main cities. This was like how teleportation between countries was limited to the capitals. Players needed to travel to the capital in order to teleport to another country. However, the way this access was gained wasn't by opening up a path in a particular map but by activating the air routes between cities. Once the air routes were activated, players could then ride a flying ship from one main city to another. These flying ships would dock at the main city's old city districts, where the main cities would construct an airport. In the past, the various large guilds had been ignorant of this fact. As a result, some merchant players that had gambled their money on the lands of the old city districts ended up making a fortune for themselves. Currently, practically all the lands around the area reserved for the future airport were ownerless. This was a massive business opportunity for Shifeng. Lord Protector, may I know which plot of land you wish to buy? I can also give you a detailed introduction of the lands available here, the senior administrator asked when he saw Shifeng remaining unresponsive for quite some time. No need for introductions. I want every plot of land in this area, Shifeng said as he pointed at the several streets of the old city district. Chapter 1779, Difference Between Cities. Lucky old cat. Everything? The NPC senior administrator couldn't help but ask, flabbergasted. Lord Protector, there are a total of 14 plots of land on these streets. Are you sure you want all of them? Even Yenya gave Shifeng an astonished look, her jaw dropping. She simply could not fathom what Shifeng was trying to do. Although the lands in the old city district were much cheaper than the lands in the central district, purchasing all 14 plots would still cost a fortune. Moreover, the old city district was in a remote area of the city. Even now, nobody had bothered to purchase any of those lands. One could easily see just how poor the location was. Just finding a tenant might be impossible. That's right. I want all of them. Shifeng nodded. Alright, the total for the 14 plots of land comes to 31,500 gold. After making sure that Shifeng wanted to buy Old City District's lands, the senior administrator excitedly calculated the total price and handed Shifeng a list. Examining this list, Shifeng noticed that the cheapest plot cost over 2,000 gold. These lands were slightly more expensive than those in the outskirts of a kingdom's capital city. However, once the air routes between main cities opened to the public, these lands would become dozens of times more valuable. Even if he didn't have a use for these lands, he could rent them out and make a fortune. Naturally, he couldn't miss the opportunity to purchase these lands. After ensuring that everything was in order, Shifeng completed the payment. At this stage of the game, 31,500 gold was a massive sum even to a first-rate guild. To Shifeng, however, this amount was nothing. Shifeng had already sent Solitary 9 with the rare materials, which the Asura Adventurer team and the Adventurer Alliance had gathered, to the Candlelight trading firm. On his return, Solitary 9 had brought back plenty of items from Candlelight, such as stamina potions, ice-resistance armor kits, and other items that could not be found in Cold Wind City to sell or put up for trade for the Adventurer Alliance. Cold Wind City's players preferred to purchase their items with coins rather than trade rare materials for items. Hence, he had earned quite a lot of coins recently. Thus far, Solitary 9 had made 2 trips to White River City. His first trip had netted them over 20,000 gold. On his second trip, which had been several days later, Candlelight was far more prepared as it had obtained the massive stock of rare materials. As a result, the items Solitary 9 had returned to Cold Wind City with on his second trip had netted them over 60,000 gold in profit. Now, Shifeng's pockets were heavy with coins. It was a pity that Asura and Zero Wing couldn't afford such shipments every day. After all, there were only so many players in Cold Wind City. There was a limit to the market's appetite. By Shifeng's estimates, it would take the city's players at least 4 to 5 days to digest all of the items. In other words, he could only earn a fortune once every 4 or 5 days. Before Shifeng had left Cold Wind City, he had spent 10,000 gold on the teleportation gate's construction. He had also left 10,000 gold behind for Asura and the Adventurer Alliance's development. He still had over 60,000 gold on hand. However, while 60,000 gold might seem significant, it wasn't enough for Shifeng to accomplish anything. He needed a lot more than this paltry amount. Aside from Cold Wind City's development, Shifeng was responsible for the development costs of Zero Wing's branch guild, Ilverwing Town, and the Lost Town in the Boneless Land, all of which required a massive amount of funds. This was especially true for Silverwing Town and the Lost Town. Silverwing Town was located beside a primordial divine ruin that was connected to Primordial City. It was a strategic location that could constantly bring in combat techniques and resources, which could aid players in their promotion quests. As for the Lost Town, it was a holy land that could help players grasp the realms of truth. It would help Zero Wing nurture countless experts for the future. These 2 towns were the foundations necessary for Zero Wing to become a super guild, and they needed to be fortified as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the various superpowers realized the value of these 2 towns, they would do everything they could to steal them from Zero Wing. This was also why Shifeng had told no one about the Lost Town. With how large Zero Wing had grown, there were many spies within the guild. The risk of leaking information was too great in God's domain. The strong preyed on the weak. On the off chance that the various superpowers discovered the Lost Town's ability, Zero Wing's current strength wouldn't be enough to defend the town from the claws of multiple superpowers. It was absolutely necessary that Shifeng fortify the 2 towns as soon as possible, and the fastest way to do so required spending money to earn even more. Purchasing these 14 plots of land was his plan's first steps. After purchasing these 14 plots of land, Shifeng chose the largest one and spent 3,000 gold to build a luxurious adventurer residence, which would serve as Asura's base in this city. He then selected another 5 plots of land and spent a total of 5,000 gold to build high-end shops. Shifeng intended to use these shops as temporary warehouses. Frozen City had far more residential players than Cold Wind City, and the resources these players possessed were doubtlessly superior to those in Cold Wind City in both quantity and quality. After making the necessary preparations, Shifeng went on to Frozen City's official forums and published a post as the Asura Adventurer Team's commander. The Adventurer Alliance is currently recruiting in Frozen City. We offer excellent benefits with no restrictions. Strong, capable players can even join the Asura Adventurer Team directly. The moment this post went public, many players that were interested in the Asura Adventurer Team clicked on it out of curiosity. Amazing! Truly amazing! What? We can even purchase level 50 fine gold set equipment. Quick, look! We can actually purchase combat techniques in the Adventurer Alliance. There are also ice resistance gemstones among the exchangeable items. This Asura Adventurer Team is too generous. Does Asura plan to gather strength for a war against Hecate? Is this for real? If it's true, I'll join the Adventurer Alliance right away. Magic light set, here I come. The post Shifeng had uploaded contained information that introduced the Adventurer Alliance's benefits. To attract more players to join, he had even used the magic light set and combat techniques as bait. Of course, not only did items like the magic light set require a large number of Adventurer Alliance points, but they also required a sufficient number of soul-dissolving flowers. Shortly after Shi Feng's post went live, the independent players throughout the entire frozen city went into an uproar. Every one of these independent players rushed toward Asura's residence. Although the majority of them did not have soul-dissolving flowers, they were still curious to find out whether the Asura adventurer team's claim was true, wanting to confirm the situation with their own eyes. Before 10 minutes had even passed, over 10,000 independent players had crowded around Asura's residence, seeking to join the Adventurer Alliance. They packed the street outside the residence, forcing Asura's members to step up and maintain order. When Frozen City's independent players joined the Adventurer Alliance and saw the exchange list in the main lobby, they were ecstatic. The magic light set was on the list, as promised, and there were actually 3 available. After getting their fill of the magic light set, the independent players in the lobby turned their bloodshot eyes toward the ice resistance gemstones that increased one's ice resistance by 5 points. They immediately began to bid on the gemstones. Frozen City had far more resources than Cold Wind City, especially when it came to magic crystals. This was because Frozen City had an Asura mode regional dungeon in its area. Players could visit the regional dungeon to harvest the magic crystals they needed. Hence, Frozen City's players had slightly more magic crystals in their possession than Cold Wind City's players. Very quickly, the prices for the ice resistance gemstones shot up to 7 magic crystals, with some even reaching 8. Magic crystals. Roughly 30 minutes later, the 5,000 5-point gemstones Shi Feng had brought from Cold Wind City had sold out. Frozen City's appetite for the ice resistance gemstones was many times stronger than Cold Wind City's. The sales had also earned Shi Feng over 35,700 magic crystals. Realizing that demand for the gemstones was so high here, Shi Feng posted 10,000 6-point gemstones for sale as well, with their minimum price set at 7 magic crystals. However, instead of selling batches of 1,000 at a time, as he had before, he only sold the 6-point gemstones in batches of 200 and 300. To Shi Feng's surprise, all 3 magic light sets had sold roughly 3 hours after he had established the Adventurer Alliance in Frozen City, netting him 18 soul-dissolving flowers. Despite all of his efforts to collect the soul-dissolving flower in Cold Wind City, he had only collected 6 stalks, yet he had secured 18 stalks only 3 hours after arriving in Frozen City. The difference between the 2 cities was greater than he had imagined. Although the magic light sets had likely been purchased by players from large guilds, potentially adding to these guilds' strength, Shi Feng didn't care. After all, he had finally secured the 20 soul-dissolving flowers. After Shi Feng withdrew the 18 soul-dissolving flowers from Asura's warehouse, he nearly lost himself to his excitement and clicked to remove the curse on the philosopher's hand. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his elation and found a private room in the residence. Only after ensuring that he was alone did he retrieve the crystalline hand from his bag. System, it has been detected that you have 20 soul-dissolving flowers. Do you wish to remove the curse on the philosopher's hand? Seeing the system notification, Shi Feng clicked Accept without hesitation. Chapter 1780, Initial Unsealing of a Legendary Item. Lucky Old Cat. The instant Shi Feng chose to remove the curse, the crystalline, skeletal hand released a purplish gold glow that lit up the entire room. The mana density in the room also started to rise at a rapid rate. Amazing! So, this is the power of the philosopher's hand? Shi Feng was unprecedentedly calm as a white mist surrounded him. Shortly after, the mist-turned mana gradually took liquid form. A globe of liquid mana then formed before Shi Feng. A moment later, a scene began to play in the mana globe. The footage showed a world enveloped in fire. The world's sky was covered in dense, dark clouds, and from time to time, a tower of flame would rise into the sky. Meanwhile, white flames danced on flowing, white-hot magma in this world's center. The flames were so hot that they even distorted space around them. However, Shi Feng could faintly see a gigantic gate in the center of the white-hot flames. In addition, a massive, crimson figure paced inside the flames. The figure wielded a trident that seemed to be the ruler of the surrounding flames. After 1 minute of the footage, it disappeared. The room gradually returned to its original state, and the philosopher's hand quietly hovered before Shurfeng. However, the item was now decorated in carved, divine runes. The philosopher's hand's attributes had also undergone significant changes. Cursed Philosopher's Hand, legendary rank item. As the creator of the philosopher's hand failed to complete his wish before death, the creator's soul had attached itself to the philosopher's hand and cursed it to lose all of its power. As soul-dissolving flowers had been used on the philosopher's hand, the creator's soul had received soul guidance. As a result, the curse has been weakened slightly. Additional skill dash. Philosopher's Soul offers players guidance for 1 hour when crafting items. Cooldown, 3 hours. What an amazing skill. I've only partially removed the curse, yet the philosopher's hand has gained such a heaven-defying skill. It's no wonder why it had been known as an alchemy treasure. Shurfeng was astonished when he saw the updated attribute panel. Most likely, the effects of Philosopher's Soul could rival even the value of a meditation potion. However, the materials needed to produce the meditation potion were incomparably valuable, and the potion itself was impossible to mass-produce. Philosopher's Soul, on the other hand, was a skill that could be used indefinitely. Although the skill could only be used to help lifestyle players craft items, not to learn combat techniques like the meditation potion, it was still a precious resource. If the public discovered this skill, guilds throughout the game would hunt Shurfeng down to steal it. In God's domain, players had to invent items, which involved a process of trial and error to become lifestyle masters. It would take a very long time for a lifestyle player to reach the master rank. However, if one had some guidance, inventing an item would become easier. This would help lifestyle players, who were just a small step away from becoming a master, cross the final threshold. After just partially dissolving the curse on the philosopher's hand, it offered such a powerful skill. It was no wonder why Kingdom's Sword had developed its trading firm to the forefront of the Dark Knight Empire within a short time. After all, lifestyle masters were the core competitive power of a trading firm. This outcome made Shurfeng even more eager to complete this epic-ranked main storyline quest and obtain the complete philosopher's hand. However, the World Forest's location is a big problem. As Shurfeng recalled the scene the mana ball had displayed, frowning. Current players were likely unfamiliar with the Flaming World and would take a very long time to find it, but the moment Shurfeng, who was incredibly familiar with God's domain, had laid eyes on the World of Fire, the massive crimson monster, and the trident it wielded, he knew where it was. The Flame Demon's Valley. It was a neutral map that was home to flame demons. The gigantic monster in the recording was, in fact, the Flame Demon King, the Flame Demon's Valley's final boss. As the Flame Demon's Valley was rich in magic crystals and source fire ore, it had been highly contested over by the various large guilds in the past. The Flame Demon King, in particular, was one of the few world bosses available at this stage of the game. The Flame Demon King's first kill awarded fragmented legendary items and guild residence promotion orders. As a result, God's domain's various superpowers had dispatched large armies to raid it. Unfortunately, every guild that had tried to raid the world boss had returned in failure. The Flame Demon King had only been level 83 back then. The various superpowers expedition team members had, on average, been over level 80. The expedition teams also consisted of Tier 2 players, yet they hadn't been powerful enough to stand against the Flame Demon King's strength. Every expedition team had been annihilated. Only after players had reached level 100 and obtained their Tier 3 classes did they finally defeat the Flame Demon King. Meanwhile, the main reason that level 80+ players had failed to defeat the Demon King was the Flame Demon's Valley's intense environment. The area the Flame Demon King occupied was so hot that players would rapidly lose HP even in full fire resistance equipment and with advanced fire resistance potions. When a team battled the Flame Demon King, the team's healers constantly had to heal every member of their team. One could easily imagine the results of such a disadvantageous battle. However, not only would players' basic attributes and physique improve considerably after reaching Tier 3, but their resistances would also undergo a qualitative transformation. This was also the greatest difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 players. This was why players had been able to defeat this boss after reaching Tier 3. Although Shifeng's goal only consisted of traveling to the World Forest and activating the World Gate, not killing the Flame Demon King, the area's scorching fire was no laughing matter. Even if he consumed an advanced fire resistance potion, he wouldn't last more than 20 seconds in the severe environment without a healer. Furthermore, the Flame Demon King wouldn't just sit by and watch him approach the World Gate. If he factored in the Flame Demon King's interference, he wouldn't survive for more than a few seconds. Then, how was he supposed to activate the World Gate? It seems that I'll have to find a way to increase my fire resistance. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, the only way he could activate the World Gate and complete his quest as soon as possible was to raise his fire resistance. Moreover, just increasing his fire resistance wouldn't do. He needed to help improve enough players to form a 20-man team at the very least. Otherwise, he wouldn't accomplish anything even if he was immune to the map's heat with the Flame Demon King harassing him. He needed others to distract the Flame Demon King while he activated the World Gate. At the moment, Shifeng could only think of 3 methods to improve a player's fire resistance. The first method was to wear fire resistance equipment, the second involved fire resistance potions, and the last required raising one's tier. The last option was unrealistic. Hence, he could only rely on the first and second method. Creating advanced fire resistance potions was not a problem for the candlelight trading firm. The problem now lay in how to acquire a large stock of fire resistance equipment. Moreover, the fire resistance equipment in question had to provide a significant amount of fire resistance. Otherwise, players wouldn't be able to survive in the Flame Demon King's abode. Trying to secure a large stock of powerful fire resistance equipment within a short time was unrealistic at this stage of the game. This was because mainstream players were just starting to cross the level 50 threshold. Team dungeons that dropped resistance equipment were still extremely rare. Hence, resistance equipment was very rare at this level, much less excellent resistance equipment. Only after players reached level 70 and above would resistance equipment start to become available in greater quantities. There's no other choice. I can only return and have Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow prioritize team dungeons that drop fire resistance equipment. Shifeng sighed. Following which, Shifeng stored the Philosopher's Hand and called Yenya over to discuss the works that needed to be done in Frozen City after he left the Ice Crystal World. He then filled his bag with the 60,000 magic crystals, which he had earned through the ice resistance gemstones that provided +6 ice resistance, and a large amount of rare materials he had acquired from Frozen City and Cold Wind City. He then used a guild transfer scroll and teleported back to the continent of God's domain. Chapter 1781, Tremendous Changes. Lucky Old Cat. Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing City. When Shifeng entered the guild hall's first-floor hall, he noticed that the main hall was crowded with guild members either eagerly picking up a quest or exchanging for an item from the guild warehouse. With a glance, he noticed that the players present inside the hall were all level 51 and above. Some Tier 2 players sporting Zero Wing's core member emblem were forming guild teams to raid team dungeons. The entire first-floor hall bustled with prosperity. Things here were completely different from before he left for the Ice Crystal World. After observing the situation in the guild hall for a short while, Shifeng hurried to the candlelight trading firm. As he rode through the streets of Zero Wing City on an advanced horse carriage, he noticed that there were many more players in the city than before, especially merchant players. In addition, he also saw quite a lot of leisure players wearing virtual clothing designed and made by real-world companies. It was obvious that players had started treating Zero Wing City as a place where they could enjoy life. Aside from merchant players and leisure players, there was also a marked increase in expert players in the city. Just within his field of vision alone right now, Shifeng already spotted several dozen level 53 and above expert players and even 2 extremely rare Tier 2 players. This was a situation that could not be found even in Frozen City. However, the greatest change to Zero Wing City was the horse carriages on the streets. Convoys of carriages frequently drove past Shifeng. These convoys mostly belonged to NPC merchant caravans, the presence of which also represented the prosperity of a city. And the more there were of such caravans inside a city, the more prosperous a city was. After Zero-Wing City's prosperity reached a certain degree, so long as the city met certain safety requirements, it could get promoted from a basic city to an intermediate city. In Shifang's opinion, Zero-Wing City's promotion was imminent. If a guild wished to promote its basic city to an intermediate city, the city needed sufficient popularity. The presence of NPC merchants on the streets was a good benchmark for a city's popularity, something which the various large guilds in the past had discovered after collecting sample information from multiple guild cities. Normally, when half of the merchant caravans present in the city were made up of advanced transport carriages, a basic city already possessed sufficient popularity to become an intermediate city. Meanwhile, roughly one-third of the merchant-owned carriages present inside Zero-Wing City were advanced transport carriages. The city was not far off from attaining the needed popularity. Zero-Wing City's development speed thoroughly exceeded Shifang's expectations. What with the 4 towers of elements in Zero-Wing City, it already fulfilled the security requirements to become an intermediate city. In other words, so long as Zero-Wing City achieved sufficient popularity, it could immediately be promoted to an intermediate city. It would be great if Silverwing Town and the Lost Town could get promoted as quickly. Shifang could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the streets through his carriage's window. Being Star Moon Kingdom's first guild city provided Zero-Wing City with a massive advantage. With the additional benefit of an advanced defensive construction like the 4 towers of elements, it was basically impossible to stop Zero-Wing City from developing rapidly. On the other hand, Silverwing Town and the Lost Town, which were both located in neutral maps, did not possess such an advantage. After riding on the horse carriage for about 10 minutes, Shifang arrived before the candlelight trading firm, which was as lively as ever. Quite a number of lifestyle players were lined up on one side of the shop waiting to apply to join Candlelight. Guild leader, you're back. Melancholic Smile, who was currently busy handling recruitment procedures on the second-floor hall, was pleasantly surprised to see Shifang. Micham. What's the situation in Zero-Wing City and Candlelight right now? Shifang asked when he saw Melancholic Smile approaching him. When he noticed the Master Forger's insignia pinned on her chest, he could not help his surprise, asking, "You got promoted to Master already?" "I became a Master Forger just yesterday. It is all thanks to the rare materials you had Solitary 9 and the others deliver. Those materials allowed me to carry out many experiments. In the end, I managed to create an entirely new piece of equipment," Melancholic Smile said. However, despite her humble words, Melancholic Smile still felt a little proud of herself. After all, the threshold of Master was a huge one to cross. At this point in time, tons of lifestyle players were still stuck at the advanced rank, nowhere close to creating a new item. "Since you've already been promoted to a Master Forger, I'll hand over these designs to you," Shifang said, taking out a few designs from his bag. He had obtained these designs from the Snow Ruin. One of these designs was for the level 50 dark gold weapon Sockham's blade, one was for level 50 fine gold ranked plate armor armguards, and one was for level 50 dark gold ranked cloth armor robes. Upon taking a closer look at these designs, Melancholic Smile immediately fell into a daze, her hands gripping the designs for Sockham's blade and the fine gold ranked armguards tightly. "Guild leader, can I really learn these?" she asked excitedly. If these were merely secret silver-ranked forging designs, she wouldn't have batted an eye at them. However, it was a different story for level 50 fine gold and dark gold ranked designs because forging items of such quality required completely different techniques and the proper matching of materials to unleash the full potential of the materials used. In short, the rank of a forged weapon or equipment was determined by a forger's capability to utilize the materials involved. If a forger was capable of forging only bronze and mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment, then their ability to unleash the potential of raw materials was only at a rudimentary level. Weapons and equipment at the dark gold rank, on the other hand, could be considered works of art. At this rank, the matching of materials was practically at a perfect level. Meanwhile, if players wished to create such works of art of their own, they needed to keep learning level 50 plus fine gold and dark gold ranked forging designs. However, designs of such rank were extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Thus far, aside from the fine gold rank and above designs from the Holy City of Titan, the Candlelight trading firm did not possess any other high-ranking designs. Of course. If Candlelight has a tailor who has reached the master rank, then that robe design will be theirs, Shifeng said, chuckling. This situation made him realize that, aside from various rare materials, he could also get high-ranking designs for lifestyle players from the Ice Crystal world. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have Solitary 9 transfer some of the high-ranking designs they acquired at the Ice Crystal world. Thank you, Guild Leader. I'll make sure to produce weapons and equipment that will be to your satisfaction very quickly. Melancholic smile was brimming with joy as she stored the designs. Afterward, she started reporting on Zero Wing's current affairs to Shifeng. Thanks to Zero Wing City and Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's development was zooming along. The guild already had over 240,000 elite members and 7,000 expert members. Those numbers could already rival those of first-rate guilds. With Zero Wing City's player population having exceeded 5 million during this period, it was close to catching up to White River City. Just the entrance fees collected daily provided massive income to the guild. Only, as the guild's member count increased, the guild's expenditures likewise increased. Moreover, the Zero Wing members developing over at Silverwing Town were constantly ambushed and harassed by the Evil God's Temple and Dark players. This forced the guild to construct more defensive structures in Silverwing Town, as well as pay compensation to members that got killed in battle. Right now, the guild was basically investing every coin it earned back into itself. As a result, it was just barely running properly right now. However, it was also thanks to Silverwing Town that Zero Wing was gaining a bountiful harvest from the primordial divine ruin. The guild was now sending many more players into the ruin. After hearing Melancholic Smile's report, Shifeng, who had been cudgeling his brain over the collection of fire resistance equipment, relaxed considerably. Now that the guild had so many experts, having a portion of them focus specifically on collecting fire resistance equipment would not hamper the guild's operation. At the very least, it would not affect the main force's development. As for funding, that was not a problem at all. Afterward, Shifeng emptied the rare materials inside his bag and stacked them up into miniature mountains inside Candlelight's warehouse. The sight of the materials Shifeng took out rendered Melancholic Smile speechless. The amount of materials greatly exceeded the total amount that Solitary 9's group had brought over in 2 trips. With so many rare materials, they could earn a fortune just by selling the materials directly. If they turned these materials into products and sold them, they would earn even more. After all, many of these materials were suitable for producing level 50 weapons and equipment at the secret silver rank and above. If they made these weapons and equipment and sold them, they would rake in a ridiculous amount of money. Right, Guild Leader, I have an item here that the secret pavilion sent over. Originally, the secret pavilion's representatives stated that they had to hand it over to you in person. However, since you weren't around, after they made several visits, they ended up giving up and passed it to me for safekeeping. Instead, Melancholic Smile said. She then took out a pitch-black gift box from her bag and handed it to Shifeng. An item from the secret pavilion? After receiving the gift box, Shifeng immediately opened it out of curiosity.